This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time? to the development of the brain and mind of a little child. We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand for the national anthem. Please stand for the national anthem.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of the Early Childhood Commission Professional Development Institute 2022. Now, we have been having some wonderful, power-packed, fun-filled sessions over the past few days, and today will be no different. I am Karen Francis, your moderator, and each day we would have started with the plenary session before we would have gone into our workshop sessions. And this morning plenary is on the topic, managing specially abled children with disabilities, exceptionalities, sorry. And our panel facilitator for this morning is Professor Donna Wright. Now, the objective of the session is that parents will be provided with practical tools on how to manage the behavior of children with special abilities. Let's meet our panelist. I have with me Miss Shawnette Grant. Shawnette Grant is the Region 4 Community Interventions Officer with the Early Childhood Commission since 2018. Ms. Grant mentors children under the Child Diversion Program in the Ministry of Justice. She is also a facilitator in training with the Restorative Justice Program. Prior to being asked the ECC, Ms. Grant served as coordinator for the Clarendon Group for the Disabled that advocates for children with special needs. Her role there led to the assistance of over 200 children with special needs being integrated in both regular schools and special education schools. Next, I have with me Miss Merlin McCoy. Mrs. McCoy is the Executive Director of the Jamaican Association on Intellectual Disabilities, with the responsibility for steering the organization and managing its operations. She holds a master's degree in special education and a diploma in teaching from the Michael University College and a certificate in NGO professional management from the UE Open Campus. Merlin is an advocate with over 36 years of experience supporting people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Her nonprofit career started in 2001 after 16 years as an educator. In her role as development manager, she coordinated the community sensitization initiatives and transition on other adult services across Jamaica. She believes in community collaboration and has worked with agencies to strengthen the system of support for persons with intellectual disabilities. She served in various capacities on the boards of organizations and presented at both local and international conferences and workshops that helped to build awareness about the disability and promoting special initiatives involving the participation of persons with intellectual disabilities. Next, I have with me Miss Melanie Gooden, wife of 18 years and mother of 3 sons, of which her first son has been diagnosed as multiple differently abled with autism and visual impairment. Melanie Gooden Baker, entrepreneur, special educator, curriculum specialist, grant writer, advocate, writer, editor, teacher, She uses her voice to spread the message of hope. Her commitment to parent and teacher training and support in addition to developing specialized learning programs for learners facing different challenges that threaten to limit their potential informs our pedagogy practice. She has been responsible for writing and developing individualized education plans for students with special needs and co-chaired committee on special education meetings. She was tasked with the responsibility of rebuilding the entire special education program from the ground up for a state-run juvenile detention center and went on to serve as interim educational coordinator for that program. She remains primarily committed to the promotion of inclusive opportunities for children with special needs. Now, whether training teachers and parents locally or internationally from her island home, presenting her workshop facing autism management with exceptions, or sharing nuggets from our uniquely designed curriculum program, Proper Sons and Gals, to promote positive identity formation, student motivation, leadership in multicultural framework. She stands steadfast in her personal mission of creating safe spaces for children to thrive holistically. Mrs. Baker serves as the co-chair of the Early Childhood Education Task Force of Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network. She also currently serves as mental health chair for the Suffolk Region PTA Board of Managers. Recently, she was selected as Long Island Equity Champion 2022. She lives out her commitment to equity and inclusion through her company project, Resets. And this stands for Restoring Expectations Through Socio-Emotional Trauma Survival. She continues to develop her unique brand of education that heals, reflecting her life's motto, to do justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with God. Now, let me introduce you to our panel facilitator, Professor Donna Wright. Professor Donna Wright describes herself as a teacher and researcher. She is licensed to teach nursery through secondary English education and basic adult literacy. She is an associate professor for the Department of Development and Special Education at City University of New York. And this is the Medgar Evers College and serves as the Early Childhood Special Education Specialist. She has served as chairman, clinical coordinator, and the School of Liberal Studies Dr. Wright was the educational director for Sparks of Genius Museum, and this is an early childhood center. And she was a developmental educator, helping to improve adolescents and adult literacy and numeracy skills in order for them to complete secondary education and become college ready. Donna Wright has worked as an international consultant and researcher in elementary, secondary, and adult education. She has presented at numerous conferences in the US, Jamaica, and Africa. Her areas of specialization are global education program, assessment and evaluation, applied educational psychology, and cultural-based specialization. She is the UN NGO representative for OMEP, the oldest international early childhood education organization. She has received many awards. Of note, she most recently was the keynote speaker for disability awareness in Jamaica. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have all been through some form of change since the onset of COVID-19. Children with intellectual disabilities need to have that stability and support that is needed to help them channel the different feelings they may have due to the pandemic. This session will help us to channel our thinking on the right path to assist our intellectually challenged children. At this time, I turn over to you, Dr. Ratcliffe.
Well. I hope everyone can hear me. Good morning to you. I just came back running from a public school. We talk about what the pandemic has done to our children. that lets us know immediately that it's so important for the first teachers of our children to be front and center in what we're going to do. So it's not just the teachers. It cannot just be the teachers. It has to be the teachers, the parents, and the community at large. In order for us to be able to deal with the ravages to our education and to our emotional well-being that this pandemic has caused and is still probably cooking the pot to serve us. It is my pleasure to be with such an outstanding panel, and I know that I will learn so much from you as I listen, and we will compare what we do with children who are from the Caribbean diaspora and the African diaspora in New York, and see the different similarities and how we can come together. Because it cannot be that we're working in different pockets. The parents and the teachers are one. We have the same, I said same a lot, but we have the same vision for our children. In any society, all children have a voice, have a reason to be here, and have a purpose in life. So I'm hoping that as this panel, as we discuss, that we really get deep. So let's go into this in terms of layers, right? I'll start off with me. In terms of personal experiences, things that we've learned, and then we'll go deeper into the things that we have not just personally learned, but the things that we have to tell parents about socio-emotional well-being, about the best ways to redirect children, which is an important thing because we don't want to discipline children in a, I don't want to say violent, but in a overzealous way, right? We want to be even-handed. And as a parent of a child with special needs, see, that's not even in it. I share experience with one of the panel members. My son was born blind. And yes, he was born blind. And I had started a graduate program at that time. So that was a challenge. He's had more than a dozen operations. But the thing that I want to say to parents, so now I'm speaking as a parent because it's experience. It's not what we expected. No one can prepare us for that. No one can say that it will get better, it will this, it will that. It just simply is what it is, and we deal with it. So that's one of the things I want parents to understand. It is what it is, and we deal with it. When I say we deal with it, with the idea that everyone comes here for a purpose, everyone comes here for a special light, we deal with it to see our children's light. And we have learned to be an advocate for our children in ways that we never thought we would need to. My first advice to every parent is to get a journal. Get a journal so you can, you think that you're going to remember what worked yesterday or 2 weeks ago. You don't. Get a journal, get a journal, get a journal. That's my first advice. But I don't want to eat up the air. I want to turn to my fellow panelists and I want to ask, what has been your experiences in working with children with special needs? Who should I start off with? I am going to start off with Ms. Gooden Baker.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm so honored to be on this panel with such prestigious fellow panelists. I love that introduction, Dr. Wright, and I'm very passionate. I love how you show the connection of the or children of the Caribbean and African diaspora, or children of the Jamaican diaspora with special needs. My son Joshua was born extremely preterm, 23 weeks, 1 pound, 5 ounces. If I'm able to share the screen at the end of the presentation, I'll show some pictures. But he had less than a 50% chance of survival. He the same condition that Stevie Wonder had, ROP stage 4, retinopathy of prematurity stage 4. That's the eye disease that he has. So he is classified legally blind. He only has vision in so the right eye is pretty much, there's nothing much going on there. The outside of the left eye is damaged. So it's just really the center of the left eye. And you know, he's been able to compensate with the little vision that he does have, compensate for he's just really a miracle. He's had several eye procedures, as your son, Dr. Wright, several more of late. He had several in the NICU when he was, he had to spend 4 months in the hospital at birth. And more recently, for the past 3 years, he's had about maybe 5 or 6 eye surgical procedures that he's had to go through. So it's been a journey. So, you know, he has autism, as well as, you know, the visual impairment. And we went through, when he came home on 4 different machines. I'm a new mom, first time mom, my husband and I, and his little baby with, I have the diaper bags, the oxygen bag, it's really been a journey. But I can say, I love how you said that it's about the light that is in our children. Because I had to see and know Joshua first, the Joshua that God has blessed my husband and I with, and then the disability after. So
I'm sorry, I want to stop you. I want you to take a pregnant pause, maybe not the full 9 months, right? But I want you to say that again, because that's important. Just say it again, please.
Yes, the person-centered. I had to see Joshua first. And then the disability. That's why I love what you said in your opening. And so our commitment as a family, my husband and I, and those I call them allies. Just as we have allies for racial fights, I say we have allies in this disability movement, the personal disability movement with our family, to help to say, how are we going to support Joshua coming forth so that the autism recedes, the visual impairment recedes, so he can be his best self, which we want for all our children, because we all have strengths and weaknesses. And he just turned 18 a couple of weeks ago. We have just scaled mountains. And I'll share more about the strategies and the highlights of where we are, but I wanted to turn it over to the other panelists. I don't want to take all the time. Thank you for having me.
So Miss Shawnette Grant, what has been your personal experiences? And I want you to go more into also the socio-emotional part of it, because that to me is the biggest part. Because we have to actually inculcate in our children, I call it a fire in their belly, right? I mean, that's the best way I can, because I remember my mother would say, so what is wrong with you? You don't have a fire in your belly? So, we have to make sure that our children have that fire in their belly, because just because they have an exceptionality, we have a saying, they may be small, they may be not as in terms if you want to compare something to normal, but there's nothing that's normal, because everyone has something wrong with them. Wrong, if you want to, or a challenge, right? But how do you, in your experiences, how have you put that fire in the belly of the parent and the child?
Good morning, everyone. It is good to be here this morning and nice to meet you all. Experiences. While you ladies spoke, so many things went through my mind, and I'm going to be honest with you. 17 years ago, you've seen things, you've heard things, and you leave it. So you see somebody with a special need, you hear about an individual with a special need, and that's it for you because you are not in the position. It's not my thing. It's not about me. It's not me. And that was me until my first ever job was working with children with special needs. And it hit me. How comes I have never actually thought about an individual who has exceptionalities? And for many individuals out there, parents, caregivers, family members, that might be the concept that is going through your mind. No, like, who thinks about these people? But it can happen before the birth of the child, after the child is born, even when the child gets to 10, even when they're a teenager, even as we are now. It happens, it can happen. And doctor, you said something. Focus, Melanie said it actually. I saw Joshua first. That's what I saw. And many parents, when they come and they say, something wrong with me, Pitney. Oh, something wrong with me, Pitney. Oh, why me? Why God never give me a normal child? And these are the questions that they ask. And you can't answer. There's no answer for you to give. And one day I came up with this answer. You need to find your purpose for this child. What is it that you need to do in order to find the ability? Look beyond the disability that everybody else sees and find the ability. And throughout the time, working with them, working with the parents, working with communities, because that's another part too. The community has to be a part of all of this exceptionality that we're talking about. Because, you know, as you talk about the Caribbean and the African culture and all of that, we have a whole lot of myths and misconceptions, and there are so many things we have to deal with, along with the fact that we have a child with an exceptionality. People will shun you. Back in the day, we would have heard of persons who have children with exceptionalities, but we never see them. They're locked away.
Exactly.
And it is such a wonderful thing that we have moved past these situations. We have grown over the years with the fact that we have been able to actually feed our minds with abilities about these situations. And as such, parents are finding support groups, support systems, other families with the experiences. And it may not solve the problem, but it kind of keeps it at a level where you're not so much overwhelmed and over worried and over exhausted about the situation. So over time, it has been better, and it's not every day it's gonna be great. And I know Melanie can say the same, and you, Doc, you can say the same. Every day is not gonna be great. No. But there are some days you are going to find that, wow, something good happened today. And that made the whole week. So even for the 7 days, one day out of it, something great happened for Joshua and something great happened for another child. And that moment just made your day. And these are the things we have to impart in parents, finding that one moment, that one time where something great happened. The child who is not able to walk, they're able to talk. The child who is not able to see, they're able to hear. The child who is not able to understand the words that are what we're saying now, they can give you a smile, and it makes a great difference. And parents need to understand that even though your child may have an exceptionality, guess what? You are the great parent. You have that extra special child that needs that extra special love, and you're going to have to give that extra special effort and push to make society understand that they have a life, they have human rights, they are equal amongst us, they are able to be a part of our society, they are able to make a change. So it's important that we all understand that. We all need to understand that, and do not shy away from individuals who we see with exceptionalities. They don't need our pity. They just need our support. And that is one of the most important things that we have to consider for ourselves as persons who are around them, as parents of children with exceptionalities. We have to offer our support.
Wow. I am being inspired. I think this panel is actually for me. And I'm 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 leaving you, Miss McCoy, for last. There's a reason for it, right? I want to just bookmark something that I'm going to ask Ms. Goodenbaker to discuss as we go on. No, I mean, not Ms. Goodenbaker. I'm sorry, Ms. Shawnette Grant, to discuss as we go on. This idea of community. How do you get the community, right, to buy into this idea that the child is not, I mean, we say special needs, but the child is differently abled. How do we get the mindset to look that the glass is actually half full as opposed to empty? But just, I needed to say that so that I could remember it. But I think that's important because we're talking about family, we're talking about community. And without family and community, this can't work. Because we have to deal with the child's social emotional. Miss McCoy, I'm going to open it up. I'm going to open it up. And because we're talking about potential, I'm going to ask you to share with us some of your personal experiences that you've garnered over the years, that you've learned from over the years, in terms of this thing called potential. You know, because I train teachers, and I always say to them, you never know who's coming in to your classroom. You just don't know. And life is about change, right? So how do you, Ms. McCoy, bring this idea into parents that change is indeed possible?
Okay. You know, I am really, really thrilled with this panel. I am hoping I could borrow these two ladies to just work with some other parents for me, because one thing I have learned, that the management of intellectual disability, that's a group I work with, and that group is dear to my heart. I have spent my entire professional life with this group of persons, and so I am an advocate for them. No, it's all, you know, I have learned that every single child with intellectual disability has potential. You may not necessarily see it when you identify or come in contact with a child, but if you stick long enough, you will be totally amazed at the things that they are able to accomplish. All they need are opportunities. All that they need are opportunities. They need people to act as advocates, but they also need people to facilitate the opportunities for them, the opportunities to express themselves, the opportunity to try new things, the opportunity to be exposed to other people, the opportunity to do something economical to, when they are much older, to improve the quality of their lives. I have always maintained that our children, all they need are opportunities. I have seen some of our young people who are able to work with their hands and do stuff that I cannot do. And I've had to step back and say, well, can you teach me how to do that? You know, and when you see that pride in their faces, when they recognize that people are seeing their potential, people are recognizing that they have skills and talents, that they can be nation builders. And I have always recognized in my capacity at Jade that when you work with this group of people, it's all about collaboration. You cannot operate in a vacuum. You cannot do it by yourself. You have to learn to work with others, whether it's individual agencies, whether it's individual professionals out there who can provide services to your parents or to the children, or just interact with community members. I spend so much of my time just walking around, going to meet an employer to say, hey, I'd like to introduce you to a group of people that I think would bring value to your organization. And they would sit up in their chairs and they would say, I said, no. Let me tell you how this works. Forget about the myths that you have heard. All I want is for you to give them one opportunity to come into your organization and you will see the difference. I have had employers say to me, I honestly, Mrs. McCoy, I never knew that the quality of work that these people can produce is far better than even some of my workers right here in the organization. So I have always maintained, Dr. Wright and panelists, that all our people need is for someone to facilitate those opportunities for them. And they will show you what it is that they are made of. One thing I'd also like to say, Dr. Wright, that yes, we have collaboration. We have, for persons with intellectual disability to strive, there has to be a targeted set of support services for them. But I'd like to make mention of one particular one that lots of people don't think about, and that is peer interaction. Persons with intellectual disability are at risk for loneliness and homelessness. It therefore means that the interaction with peers, their friends, play an important role, because they get an opportunity to learn and practice social skills, because this group of people have challenges with social skills. It was just yesterday I was actually talking to another professional, and I said to her, how best can you teach social skills except in social situations? Social skills cannot be taught in classes. Social skills are taught when you actually take those children onto a field trip and they watch you, and when they're eating, they may never have known how to use a knife and fork, but they watch others to see how they use it, and they eventually will model what they see. I'm gonna stop, Dr. Wright, and then I'm open to any other questions, but I just want to emphasize that management of intellectual disability, the group that I work with, you have to think about the educational services. You have to think about the behavioral services, because this is one group of people with challenging behaviors. And so you have to address those. You also have to think about the medical services for these people who may have comorbid conditions, because in addition to the intellectual disability, they have other things going on as well. And so the medical support is required to address that side, so that the intellectual disability can, allow the person to thrive. You also have to look at the person within a community. This is something that I hold dear to me, because I've always said to my staff and to other people and to parents, you cannot continue to hide away your children. Bombard them in the community, allow the community to tired to see them faces, because it is through that experience that the community learns to accept who these children are and what it is that they as community members can do to improve the lives of these people. Now, we also need to look at the role of the family. I'm just loving this conversation with these parents this morning, because what we want to say to our educators too is that parents have knowledge and expertise that you do not have. Absolutely. They have these children from birth. We need to allow our parents to understand that what they know, the trial and errors, the best practices are valued. They are equal partners in the service. And so you need to sit down with the parents and involve them at every step of the way. And finally, in relation to services, the community. I spend so much of my time working in churches just to build awareness of church people, so that when the family goes to church, the family does not feel isolated, and that they don't feel that the children are a bother in this congregation. I have gone across the island working with a particular denomination, from the leadership to the membership, that here you have an opportunity to make a difference in somebody else's life. Because who you ignore today will be to your detriment tomorrow. We cannot continue to ignore 10% of our population of persons with disabilities, because they are people. They have a right to be here, and they have a right to services. And we need to wake up and just exercise that willpower, because personally, people blame resources and money and all those things. You know what I blame? The will. Because if
fire
we have
in the belly,
if we have the will to change things, things will be changed.
Oh, I love this panel. This is but we said a couple of things, and I want to make an analogy that I think is happening here. I saw a documentary the other day, and it talked about the forest and the structure of the forest, and how a tree over here helps a tree that's all the way over here. And it's the fungi in between it that actually is transporting those needs. So when you talk about services, when we talk about communities, so one of the things I want to gear us to, you said about facilitating opportunities, right? How do parents begin to build a management team, right? When I say a management team, I'm not saying like people who have PhDs and all of that, but a management team. Like part of my management team was my mother, okay? My mother got my son to walk, okay? The doctors, that was great. My mother, she knew what to do, and I listened. So we have to look at those sources of folk medicine, right? Within reason, as long as, doctor, blah, 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 blah. But we have to look at sources of folk medicine. We have to look at sources of physical therapy, occupational therapy, social services. And not only that, above all, we as mothers, as parents, we have to look at things for ourselves. Because we become gived out. Even though that's not grammatically correct, everyone knows what I'm talking about. We become gived out. So we have to also be able to build that in as well, so that we have something to give. So when we talk about management now, I want to take it from a point of view of being a mother, and this is your first child or your second. It doesn't make a difference. It could be your 10th child. It's still going to hurt, right? It makes no difference. So how do we build a management team? How do we educate our family? How do we educate the store owner that's up the block, right? So that our child can go to the store without issue, if you will. How do we build our personal team? So I'm going to first go to first Ms. McCoy. No, I'm going to go first to you.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go to, I'll do it backwards. Then I'll go to Ms. Grant, and then I'll go to Ms. Gooden Baker. So Ms. McCoy, how do you tell us to build a management team? I know nothing.
I think it starts with us as individuals first.
Okay.
Before you can widen the network around you, you have to work on yourself. One, you have to reach that level of acceptance where it is no longer you blaming others, but you accepting that your child has potential and that your child can be the best that he can be if the appropriate supports are put in place for him. Now you start with you by educating yourself about the disability. You find, and this is something that I've said to my parents, listen, your company changes because you need people around you that can support you, not always blaming you and accusing you. I've had parents who explain to me that their families call them the curse, that having a child with intellectual disability was as a result of a curse. And they have ostracized that poor parent, so much so that the parent is isolated from that family. Now, after you seek the core group of people around you to educate and to motivate and to make you feel like a person, because if you don't do that, you're always measuring up to other people's ideals and your child will be left out in the process. So one, you educate yourself. Two, first you have to get to that acceptance stage before you think education. After education, then you find the support team around you. And I know it's very difficult. I don't necessarily know about the other disability groups, but I know that family members have complained bitterly about the kinds of relationships that they have with their extended family. They don't have the support. They can't go anywhere because nobody wants to keep the child. And so it becomes burdensome on that parent. And so we have to find, and you see, there's something called siblings. You see those children that we have that we refuse to educate about our children with special needs. I share a story with you, a very short one, Dr. Wright.
No, I'm enjoying it.
This is about a lady. I never forgot her. She's now deceased. She had two children, one with special needs and the other one was a genius. The other one went to one of the famous high schools in Kingston. And mother's rule was, you can only go to your party with your friends if your sister is a participant at that party. And today this young lady is a doctor. And any party she went to, her sister had to be there or she was not going. The siblings developed a relationship that was inseparable. And that continued after the death of mother. We have to find a way to educate our other children about our children with special needs, because we don't live forever. And as much as family members will tell you that they will provide that support after we are gone, that's not guaranteed. So we have to make sure that we have a strong family network around us, that in the event something should happen, that there is a support system for your child. So I think the next thing that we need to do, collaborate with agencies that can educate you and involve you, because continuous training is the way to go. You do not know it all. And so when something comes up, the agency will say to you, you know, as a parent, I think you could benefit from this. So be a part of this training session and come back and empower others. And the last thing I'll say, that as a parent, you have to be a mentor. Other people have mentored you, so now you need to mentor other parents, because there are some parents who really don't have a voice. And Miss Melanie and Miss Grant, your voices are so strong and confident. If we have several parents like this, or caregivers, who will stand in the gap and say to parents, I'm on your side. I understand what you're doing and I will work with you. The sky's the limit, in my estimation.
Wow. Wow. So, Ms. Shawnette Grant.
Right here.
How do we build a team? I mean, we've gotten a lot of great ideas so far. Educating yourself. It's a continuous, it requires continuous training. I like the one about, you've got to mentor someone else.
Yes.
Because everyone is where they are because of someone else, even though they want to believe the fallacy of the pick yourself up by the bootstrap. You had a mother and a father, okay? If nothing else, right? So people sometimes have an individualistic perspective that's not real, because even the trees in the forest are interdependent, and so are we.
So true.
Ms. Shawnette Grant.
Miss McCoy said it all, you know. But you know, when we start believing something or accepting something for ourselves, you come up with a thought and I have to sell the thought. But in selling the thought, I cannot be shy about selling the thought. I have to sell the thought with bravery and courage, and I have to look the part and I have to sound the part. And this is what parents do not have. They don't accept that, okay, this is my child and I have to deal with the situation as it is. Once you start accepting that, once you're able to maneuver around the person shunning you and being ashamed, once you can pass that, nobody can talk to you. Because every time you go out, you're going to hear the voices and the whispers and the shouts and the everything negative. But you have to be strong. So you're going to have to build that backbone that is needed so that when you go out there, the negativity bounces, because you're going to have the strength for the child, you know.
Exactly.
And they have to see that you have the strength. So it starts with you. Now start with the rest of the family members. How do they see you and how do they see the child? So you need to start selling it to them now. My Joshua can go to school. My Joshua can be somebody. When you start selling that to everybody else, letting them know that my child is a part of this society, they can be equal amongst us all, then everybody will see that fire that you talk about, doctor. And they will say, yes, I accept this and I need to just support Melanie on this. And that's your start, your management team right there. We're going to go out the gate now in the community. And we're going to say, neighbor, guess what? I have a Joshua. You may see Joshua as being that child with all of these different exceptionalities. But guess what? My Joshua is your neighbor. And my Joshua is going to be somebody. And they start accepting these things. It starts with you. And once it starts with you, with the positive thoughts and the positive action, it will propel, causing them to understand the challenges that Joshua has, and understanding what are the different solutions and what are the different ways that I have gone through in order to accept Joshua's challenges and deal with his challenges. So while you explain all of this to them, they will now be educated. They will now understand that when they see him out there, I can remember that Melanie told me that if it is a case that it seems as if he's falling over, something is happening that is out of the ordinary, this is what I need to do. So everybody has an understanding. We start moving out of the community now and we're going into the wider society. And we have to get the word out. We have to inform people. We have to educate people. And when the children come into this world with the exceptionalities, you have to educate yourself. Doctor might tell you something, you know, but when doctor tell you, you're going to understand it on the basis, probably you're just looking at doctor because you're in awe. Like, how this happened to me? The word doctor's lips are just moving to tell you that mommy, or daddy, or mommy and daddy, your child is not going to be able to. You just see the lips moving and they're telling you the big words of whatever the exceptionality is called. Afterwards, it is up to you. Find out what was he saying to me? What are the challenges that I might encounter? And when I encounter these challenges, how do I move past these challenges? If I need additional medical care, how do I go about seeking the additional medical care? And disability don't find it the most impoverished. It can happen to anybody. Anybody at all, it can happen to. So we have to understand that part too. It's not specific. So don't be a pity party for yourself. That's not helping. It will only mobilize you and make you disabled in your mental state and your physical state too, because you're not going to move towards the opportunities, as Ms. McCoy spoke about, that are there, because you told yourself that, but him can't do nothing, and me can't do nothing. And everybody sits there in a stagnant state, not believing that there is help out there. There is help out there. But if you sit down in the state that you're in, there's no way you're going to find that support. There's no way you're going to find that additional help. There's no way you're going to find somebody who you can talk to get that mentorship that is needed. So we have to accept it within our own spaces. The individuals that are in the immediate space, they accept it. Then we go external and just let them know the situation, have them understand the story. Stories are not told just for us to make us feel happy or let us be. No, stories are told because my experience for today could be your experience tomorrow. And when you would have heard me talk about my experience, which was yesterday, tomorrow when it happened to me, I can say, okay, I remember something like this happened to so-and-so, and this is what she did. So we all might end up in a situation. We may not all, sorry, but some of us, it might be a case that even when you get older, in your elderly years, you have a stroke, something happened, you become immobilized. It's an exceptionality. So we may be fine now and later on something happens. So it can happen to anyone. But at the end of the day, how do you consider it for yourself? What is the next step for you? How will you, first of all, you accept it, start dealing with what is now, move forward for the support. And when you get that support, don't stop. Do not stop. You're gonna tell your story. And when you tell your story, you are sharing your experiences. And nobody don't have the most knowledge like you. Exactly. Nobody don't have the most knowledge like you, Melanie. Nobody at all don't have it like you. You may not go to Harvard or you may not go to Princeton or any of those. But guess what? Your experience is enough to let somebody know that I can do this. I can be an advocate for my child. And I can show the world that we are all equal, no matter the challenges that we face.
I want to add something to what you said about I can show the world. I can show the world how to walk through a wall. I can show the world that when we talk about a mustard seed, but I have an apple seed of faith, right? It's a little bit more than a mustard seed. But with this experience, you begin to know the part of the Bible that says, you say to the mountain, move, and it really does move. It really does move. And that then becomes an example for the rest of the community as to how to move the mountains in their life. And sometimes maybe when we think about, I've never asked why, because I just don't, because I figure that when you ask why, then, God tells you. And I may not want to, experience that telling, so to speak, right? That shock of the telling. But the idea that people who work with children who are differently abled are specially abled. People who work with people who mother and father children who are specially abled. There's a special part. I'm not going to say in heaven and all of that, but there's a special part on this earth that we serve. We serve, how do you see adversity and still smile when in your heart you're crying? How do you see adversity and you know that you have to have the faith to walk through that wall, despite what anybody else is telling you? There's something about that. There's something about that blessing, because there's a blessing in that. So, you know who's next, right? It's Gooden Baker. What do you want to add to this conversation?
Wow, this is like telling my life story. This is so powerful. Literally telling my experience. 18 years ago as a new wife, my first pregnancy, a new mom, new in my career, new special education teacher. And there wasn't much about autism at the time.
Right.
So, just a few years really coming from, graduating from high school in Jamaica, and going to college here and starting teaching here. So it didn't seem as if there was anything that prepared me for this new journey that I was going to be on. But I can tell you now, 18 years later, that this journey has made me. This journey, it has God used my son Joshua to lead me, to guide me, to direct me. My husband and I, and let me stick a pin right here. So many relationships become strained because of the challenges of parenting a child who's differently abled. But I'm telling you that if you will determine to hang in together, to let the challenge bring you closer together, you're going to be stronger for it. One of the statistics that we also learned was that there is a negative effect even on siblings as they feel left out. But I love the example that was shared by Miss McCoy, because if you also pull the siblings in together, that as a family, we are in this together, it brings the siblings together, the family comes together. And so our family, God used Joshua as a very unique blessing to pour into us and to bless us and to guide us. And so, we went through the ostracization, we went through being ostracized, being Jamaican, I would stay a lot in my Jamaican community, even though I'm here in the States, and my Jamaican churches. And we went through churches where they were trying to cast out the demon out of him. And so we went through all of that.
I'm sorry, you had that experience too?
Yeah, that's right.
And you try not to you see my face suddenly went like, are you serious? Are you serious? And listen, when that happened to me, I say to them, if there is a devil inside, I will go to hell and fight that devil and bring whatsoever you think is devilish up to the paradise of heaven on earth. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And this is the 21st century.
Do you know? And this is the wisdom of the manifold wisdom of the God we serve. Because where I would have maybe fall into a complacency or a rut, just a humdrum of what everybody else is doing, God uses like to guide us. And so we were like, no, this is not, if our son Joshua could not be happy and comfortable and loved and accepted in a church, then we knew this wasn't where we belonged. And so God used this experience to guide us and to lead us and to direct us. And then he brought us, because everybody has a people. And but sometimes we sit out, we just get so comfortable, we get so scared. But because of Joshua, we couldn't sit in a rut, we couldn't sit in, so we were journeying, looking, and 10 years ago when Joshua was 8 years old, God led us to a people. He led us to our church, a church that loved us and accepted us, and radical faith, believed God for the mountains. And would pray for us, pray for Joshua, and made us a part. And I'm telling you, that community, my pastor, Dr. Jones Sims, or Church Lifeline Restoration Ministries International, very Jamaican, but just very, radical faith. And I am telling you, and at that point in time, at 8 years old, Joshua didn't understand about using the bathroom. So he was still in diapers. And I was, so, just overwhelmed in my mind. But there's something about the support. And so just having that coming around, that play for colored girls who've considered suicide when the rainbow is enough. And you see that laying on of hands, that coming around. And that's what my family received. And my husband, my sons, Joshua, myself, for our whole family, my mom, my sister, just having that coverage, that was a turning point for our family. That was such a turning point for our family. And I did, all the resources, in terms of so that I could also become an advocate for my son, and, all the training, and there's a lot of resources here in the States. But again, the mindset, the Caribbean, that myth, you would go to a lot of these things and you see, mostly whites. And I was like, wait, only white people have kids with disability, differently abled. Where are all the people of color? And God literally enabled me to just go out into the depths. And we prayed and we believed, and I connected, like, even universities. I don't know if it's the same at UA, but universities will have maybe those who are doing research studies where you can get cutting edge therapeutic practices for free by being a part of a pilot study. And so we plugged into those. So Joshua got so much poured into him. And we had our church family praying for him and including him. And he was a part of everything. And in the next several years, so we even went through a time where I homeschooled Joshua. Because
you did that too?
I did, because, couldn't see eye to eye with the programs that he was in. Because I was like, look, there is no limiting the potential of my son, and so I want him to have a full opportunity, access to all that there is. So my family, sometimes there are times when you have to close the door, that story in the Bible, and go in internal and build up. And we went through that. And as I said, our church family with us, or my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, she died last year, God rest her soul. My whole, everyone coming together, my sister, we just, and so Joshua, his identity of himself is as this, this Jamaican kid. Every party, Jamaicans, you have a kids party and you bring out the sound system and the whole, Joshua is there and Joshua is a part. And so he's this, this very reggae minded, very party kid. And he is a part and he's in the midst. And so we all know our church, same, very, celebratory church. And he's one of the loudest worshipers in the church. He's in everything. And what that does now, when Joshua went, when I put him back in school, everybody went back to school, Joshua just excelled. It was like, he was just the best, that's, his best. And so the door was open. So because he was in a separate program, the door was open for him to go to back to the regular, the typical high school in the program, the autism program there. And he just continues to excel. He is a gold medal award-winning Special Olympics equestrian, horseback rider. I was like, I don't know how it is that Joshua likes horses. One of his occupational therapists introduced it to him, and he's a horse lover. None of us are in the family does horses. He is he was put on, it's called unified basketball, which is the typical basketball players and the players with special needs. He's on the basketball team. And so he's playing for the high school unified basketball team. He was given an award at the high school awards ceremony for physical education because he is just so agile, into basketball, because our church had a basketball tournament and he was there in the midst. And he loves to sing, he loves music, he loves to dance, and he'll sing and do like performances, like when we do different things at church. So we have the high school show coming up, and he's doing a solo in the high school show, and he's modeling in the fashion show. And it's not just for kids with disabilities, it's for differently able, it's for everyone. But all of that started in the family, in the community, just as everything that was said. It started with myself, with my husband. It started and then out, and then going out and out. And so all the things that I'm doing now, I'm not so much in the classroom anymore. Now I am more on the parental engagement side, because I see through experience, the difference that it makes when parents are empowered to know, do not accept limitations on any of your children. Do not accept. And if it is that you're in a crowd that cannot support your vision for your family, for your children, you're in the wrong crowd. Pack it up, move on. God has a people for you, a people that's going to love your family, love your children, pour into your children so that they can be all that God has them to be. And so I say that who our family is today, who we all are, God used Joshua to guide and to lead us. And there were times that it was tough, it was difficult. When there was a time after one of his surgeries, he lost his vision completely. And so when he couldn't see at all, it's as if he receded into the autistic world. And we were leading him around, and those weeks, those were some of the toughest weeks. Seems even tougher than even when he was in the NICU. But again, that faith in God. And we prayed and we believed and we dug in and we did what we needed to do as a family. And we saw that, that vision restore. And so we give God thanks. It's been a journey. There's a famous poem. I was planning to go to Italy, and I ended up in Holland. And all the things I was thinking about that I would see in Italy, but I realized that there's some amazing things to see in Holland as well. And I put it in the Jamaican context. Everybody's talking about the North Shore. I'm, going to Negril, but there's some amazing things to do in Ochi too. Water is just as blue there too. So don't believe the lie. Don't believe the lie. You hold on to the promises of the unlimited potential that is in your child, that is in your family, that is in your children, and you go out and be the change that you want to see. And my family is a living witness. Through my son's love of music, his two younger siblings, because my husband and I were not musical, but all three of them are musicians. When Joshua received his award at the high school for physical education, my middle son received the award for violin. He plays violin, cello, piano.
Okay.
Joshua plays by ear. He plays piano, he sings, he dances. And now my youngest son, he's with the trumpet. And there's just been so many blessings that's accrued to our family. And so parents out there, and you're struggling and you're trying to figure out here, it's not, as you said, Dr. Wright, it's not to ask why. All things work together for good. All things work together for good. All things are made beautiful in its time. So we hold on by faith and we press on and we look to see the amazing that is on the other side. Thank you.
I want to delve into a couple of points in our remaining time, and I know we have to have time for questions. So that means we only have 4 more minutes, maybe. before we start our 5 more minutes or so before we start receiving questions. So if anyone has any questions for us, you can write it down. I don't want to say put it in the chat because it's not my Zoom, so I'm not too sure how that will work. But everyone here said some interesting points that I want to highlight a little bit more. You discussed, okay, 9 minutes to Q&A. All right, so we have 9 minutes left. You said something about interest and the importance of finding. It's important to find any child's interest, right? But it's especially important to find the interest or identify the interests of a child that is differently abled or especially abled, because that winds up being a motivation for that child. And in turn, as that child excels, then it becomes a motivation for the entire team that is the support system. We've got to think of a team as a feedback loop for us, right? With the child in the middle, but it's a feedback loop. We surround the child, we figure out the interests, we see who in our community or in our family system, which for me, family system encompasses also the extended family. We see where those opportunities are, as Ms. McCoy said, you got to see where those opportunities are. And you've got to see how you as the parent can facilitate those opportunities for your child. So I thought that was very powerful, but I want to lead it back around a little bit to this idea of management. Because one of the things that is challenging for parents is the managed behavior. And it's not that a person is misbehaving, but it's rather how the person feels about themselves, either because of the wider community or because of their personal experiences. Because as my son used to say to me, Ma, the reason why you tell me I'm so cute all the time is because, you love me. I'm like, no, guy, it has nothing to do with me. Because whether I loved you or not, I mean, if you weren't cute, I could say you weren't cute, but you just happen to be a little cute. But so how do we build that inside them? How do we have the team do that? How do we actually do the networking? So yes, Ms. McCoy. And then we'll go back around afterwards. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that question up, Dr. Wright. There is managing behavior is not rocket science, but it requires education. There is a strategy, right, of how to do it. But we are often very impatient, so we don't really go through the routine to understand that every single behavior has a purpose. Every behavior has a purpose. The child is either crying out for help or seeking attention or something else. So we have to study the behavior. How often does this behavior happen? Document it. What I've learned in my journey as an educator and special educator is that you have to learn to document. You can't remember everything. When you see a strange behavior, write it down. Seek help when developing this intervention around this behavior. But you must have the documentation about the behavior. How often it happens, what happens when you pull certain privileges, all those things. Behavior is very scientific in nature. So we just, as parents, have to learn how to do it. And the minute we learn how to do it, things get a little easier. You may need professional help to handle some kinds of behaviors, but there are some that, as parents, we definitely need to handle. One thing I've also learned too, Dr. Wright, is that especially with my population of people, the behavior is as a result of the ineffective communication. So they
Yes.
are not able to
Yes.
tell you exactly what it is that they want from you. And so they do it the best way that they know how. But usually my group of people experience very challenging behavior that goes with the disability. And because of the deficits in understanding and problem solving and understanding that if I do something in this environment, I should not do it again. All those little intricacies that the cognitive mind will not be able to conceive and to work through is going to result in challenging behavior. So we just have to learn how to do it. And one thing I also want to say, we have to learn to give our children a voice. People think that, you know, when we talk about communication, the simple thing, I use this with the children. I have a goddaughter. And when she gets up in the morning, when I'm with her, and she would get up out of the bed and she would just go straight and pass all the adults. And I would say, no, good morning. Now, how did you sleep last night? These are simple things that parents don't do. And these are powerful. If you continue to do that from birth, can you imagine how expressive this child will be? Whether or not he can do it verbally, or he's going to use electronic devices to help him, whatever the means will be. This child will understand that I have a voice. I can say how I feel and people will understand what it is that I want. And the final thing I want to say, don't underestimate your community. And I will end with a very short story. Don't underestimate your community. My goddaughter, when she was about 5 years old, she lived in Brooklyn. And she would come out and what they call that now, the stoop, whatever, the steps. She would come
the
and she would
stoop.
Yeah, and she would sit on the steps. And everybody in the community knew her. They did not know her mother, but they knew her because she would say hello to everybody who passes by. 1 week, she was ill. And she did not go on that step at all. And can I share with you that the neighbors came to the gate and knocked the gate? I noticed that Paula was not on the steps saying hello. Is something wrong? People care, but people are of the view that children with special needs need some special skills to work with them. We have to demystify exceptionality for our community, because we need people to understand this is a child with feelings like any other child, need the love and care like any other child, may not express himself like all other children, but if understands what love is and who cares for it. So if we begin to educate our community one person at a time, it has a multiplier effect.
Wow. I want to share a little something. My son, when he was a teenager, well, when he was a young teenager, he's also musically inclined, very musically inclined. And he used to be they used to call him the 5 cents rapper because he was much younger than 50 cents. So he was the 5 cents rapper. So one day I decided that I was going to just let's take a walk in the community. This young man knew everybody, of which he visited their houses. So when he was saying that he was going to the store, he was doing his community hellos. Someone who I didn't know said, "Oh yeah, I love your son." I was like, "I'm sorry, excuse me, I don't even know who you are. No, what's happening here?" But it's that openness that sometimes they have, right? That love. And above all, you know what too? That discernment that they have. They have a certain discernment sometimes that they know people on a deep, deep level. So when we think about, I like the words specially abled, because when I think of my own son, I say sometimes, it may not sound right, but I say, if he had 20/20, he has no fear. he would get on the trains. He's going somewhere, right? I used to have to call the police and say, you know, I can't find him. It sounds crazy. Like I'm going to the store, I'm going downstairs, and next thing you know, he's out there. I'm like, why are you doing this? Because I have to see the community. And if I deal, he would say to me, and if I deal with you, I'll be in the house. I won't do anything, and I'll only do things with you. No, I have to get out. So we have to also expand our views as parents and figure out how to safely let our children become who they are to become, so that we can see the kinds of interests they have. Because the job of parents anyway, unfortunately, it's very short. It's very short. I mean, the real stuff you do is very short. It goes by fast. You think it's gonna last a lifetime, but it doesn't necessarily do. And it's shorter a time, the more independence we try to give our children. That's important. Does one of the panel want to add anything to our discussion before perhaps we take questions?
Yes. Managing behaviors. What some persons do not understand, not because a child is specially abled, that doesn't mean that you can't teach them the basic manners that you would teach a able-bodied child. And that is something that persons, the conception that they have about that, you don't teach them any manners, as how we would put it in our Jamaican term. They can be taught just as how a normal child is taught. And this is where most of the times the behavior gets out of hand, because we did not put a stop to it in the beginning ages and stages, because we thought that, no, we don't need to do that with them because they're not going to get out of hand, or they're not going to be out of order, as we would put it.
Or this is a phase, they sometimes say.
Or it's a phase, and
phase.
they will come out of it eventually. Yes. That's the thought. But just as how we would want to model those good behaviors for the children who are all right physically and mentally, it's just the same for children who are specially abled. Because just as how you would put it, they have a discernment. There is something there that would say to them, say, okay, I don't think that's right. They're having a conversation in their minds too. I don't think that is right, because I don't see mommy has never done that, or I don't see my sibling do that, so I don't think I need to do that. They are able to understand just the same. So you can model the good behaviors just the same around them, because they will display it eventually. They will develop the social skills needed when they go out there. Other persons, they can relate to other persons, even if they can't talk, just as you would say. But they will deliver just the same without speech, without physical movement. They are able to interact just the same. I had an experience where my organization, we assisted a little boy to attend basic school. For the first time he was going to school, the mother thought he couldn't go to school because he's in a wheelchair. And she was fearful of how the other children would respond. And that's why she did not try to get him into school. And you know, when he went to school, it's as if he was not in a wheelchair, and she cried openly. The acceptance that was received, it was so overwhelming, even for me, because I looked at it and I was like, they didn't see the disability. They saw a child just like them. They wanted him to play just the same. They want to involve him in everything. And I thought to myself, why as adults can't we look at life that way when it comes on to persons who have exceptionalities? Acceptance. And in accepting them, we involve them. Let them be a part of what we're doing. Don't let it be a case where you tell yourself they can't be involved because they're not going to be able to throw the ball, or they're not going to be able to give a speech. No, they're not going to be able to write a note. They're not. You already defeated the whole situation by being negative about it. Give them the opportunity. It is through the opportunity you will realize the ability. You will realize the potential. You will realize what they can contribute. And that is what is lacking in our society. We are not giving them the opportunity. And sometimes the behaviors that they portray is how the environment feels. They're not being accepted. They feel it when they enter a room. I am being stared on. I'm being whispered about. They're talking about me. They feel it, just as though myself, you might enter somewhere, the space, and somebody is making some bickering. You feel uncomfortable. They have feelings too. They get uncomfortable too. So we have to accept them. We have to allow them to be a part of what we do. They have to socialize. They have to interact. They have to be involved. And as such, our society has to allow that to happen.
I have another question that's come up in my head when you're saying this. So what are some pointers we can give to parents? We've talked about facilitating opportunities, going to, approaching the church, et cetera, et cetera. Well, let's break it down to the point of entry, right? So how would a parent actually approach someone? What are some tips as to how to deal with the approach? Because everything starts with the approach. And if you can't approach, then then advocacy is not going to happen. Those relationships are not going to happen. What are some tips that we can give parents in terms of, well, how do you approach family members? How do you approach the community? The approach.
I would say honesty. You know, the power of life and death is in the tongue. So when you, first of all, with your, just going one step back with the managing the behaviors, when you have that high expectation for all your children, notwithstanding they're differently abled, all your children are going to strive. In a classroom, you're teaching a class and you have high expectations, that class is going to rise to meet it. That's just the nature of the human nature and children. And when you're extinguishing behaviors that are not healthy, or you're replacing it with something, using language. One of the things Joshua would do when he gets frustrated, and he's come a long way because he went through the self-injurious, where he would hurt himself, and where he'd bang and break, and by giving him words to express himself, we saw those negative behaviors extinguish. But now he will get where he'll get whiny, and he's like, and we're like, Joshua, I use affirmations and positive scriptures. Make a joyful noise. Are you happy? Is that a happy noise? They say, if it's something wrong, you can say what's wrong. What hurts. And so the language is life. And the same language that is used to help to empower, the child that's differently abled, and to empower the family to be more cohesive and connected around him. It's the very same language that is used in coming into a community that is new. And once you see that the community is a community that is accepting, but they don't understand, it's okay now to share with them. It's just like meeting someone for the first time. This is who I am. These are my strengths. These are challenges. And we have open communication. So you want to make sure that you are in an environment that is accepting and positive. And then now, where there's areas where there's a lack of knowledge, then now you're going to share your experience, and everybody grows together. So language, communication, the power that's in the tongue, it goes a long way.
One of my suggestions over the years to our parents is to use your personal networks to get what you want done. That's the best place to begin. There are so many parents who have really good friends who are in some influential places, but we have never sought opportunities for individual children with special needs. We will do it for the neighbor's child, but we will not necessarily use our personal network to set up or put our children into opportunities that are needed to build their capacity and to strengthen them for adulthood. I have always said, and I use this story, mother, she has a daughter who was good at braiding. And we asked her, mother, where do you see this daughter in the next 5 years? She working, because our parents really don't talk this through. And we need more parents to talk this through and to look at the possibilities. At the end of the day, I looked at mom's hair and I said, Mom, wow, your braid looks good. Did your daughter do it? No. I said, but you need to give her an opportunity in your hair too. See what she's able to do. Then you can market her with your friends. We have to encourage our parents to use their personal networks for the benefit of their children with special needs.
Wow.
Another point that I have, Doctor, the state of denial is something that most parents are living in. And sometimes it takes quite some time to come out of that state. And while they're there in that state of denial that this is not happening to me, what they're telling me that is wrong with my child, nothing don't go like that. It is taking up time. It is taking up the time that you need to find out what is it that I need to do to find out what are the abilities that my child has. What are the things that I need to know in order to move forward? Denial can cause the mental state to break right down. You're in a depressive mood all the time, and that depressive mood, it passes on. It brings a tension in the household. And then the child sucks up that emotion that you're having, and the regression begins. They start regressing the things that you should have been working on during the time where we're in denial. Because of your denial state, you're not helping the situation. So if for any reason, there might be individuals who might be on this platform and they're listening, the first thought, why me? Why this happened? Yes, we understand that part. But what are you going to do about it? What's the next step for me? How do I go about dealing with the situation? Where do I go to find the help? Who can help? After I find the help, what is it that I do? The support groups, they're very helpful. The organization that I was with, Parental Group for the Disabled, we normally had our regular parent meeting sessions, support groups of parents with children with various special needs. And when you sit and you just listen, you just give them a moment to just talk amongst themselves. And you sit and you listen to the conversations, and you're hearing solutions, you're hearing plans, you're hearing so many things going on. And it was just giving them an opportunity to meet somebody with a challenge similar to theirs.
Absolutely.
Finding that support is key.
So what I want to do now is that we have had this discussion amongst ourselves. I'd like to open up a discussion for questions and comments with the couple of minutes remaining, if that's okay with my panel members. And I ask that the questions are stated that's in the chat at this time.
Okay, so far we've been hearing that the presentations have been so inspiring and empowering, and our participants are completely loving it. They say you would have started on a high, you would have maintained the momentum, and the stories are just awesome. So I have a question here from Patricia Smithson. She's asking, how does intellectual disability affect emotional development?
I am going to turn that question over to Oh, the person who's smiling, who knows the question is going to her, Miss McCoy.
Okay. One thing I'd love for us all to understand what intellectual disability is. I think if you understand what it is, you will understand the various aspects of life that it impacts. Now, intellectual disability has two main features. Deficits or impairments in intellectual functioning, that is the person's ability to reason, to problem solve, and even to learn. The other feature is adaptive functioning. And what this is really all about are skills that will help the child to function, maintain him or herself independently, meeting personal and social demands at an age-appropriate level, what culture demands. For a child to be diagnosed with intellectual disability, the adaptive functioning, the child must have deficits in 2 or more areas out of a number of 10 functioning areas. And these functioning areas include communication, self-help, self-care, the ability to navigate your community using public transportation, community resources, all those, the ability to communicate with someone, interpersonal skills, all of these things are impacted by the deficits that they face. Need I say that emotional challenges are impacted? You know that communication is very abstract. Persons with intellectual disability don't learn well abstractly. They learn in a very concrete way. And that is why things like sarcasm doesn't mean anything to them, because it is abstract. And so when you use those sarcastic words, it really doesn't have an impact on them because they don't understand what you're trying to do. So consider its communication is abstract. And they have challenges with communication. They're going to have challenges with interacting with others. They're going to have challenges with their emotional state as well. And that is why when we talk about emotional behavior disorders, that's a totally different set of disorder. But children with intellectual disability will have challenges with their emotions. And that is why a lot of what you do with them has to be modeled, right? They don't transfer very well. You and I can not know how to use a knife and fork and go into a restaurant and watch somebody beside us, and we do it well. Somebody with intellectual disability may have a challenge doing that because you would have had to carry them through the demonstrative phase to teach them how to do it, give them enough time to practice it, and then they will eventually get it. So emotionally, they take, I don't want to say that because that's not really the case, but if communication, everything borders on communication, your entire emotional being is tied to communication. And if they have challenges with communication, then they will definitely have challenges managing their emotions.
And can I just wanted to add, so that's why you use the concrete. So like, for example, with Joshua, one of the things, one of his, a part of his team who worked with him, she gave him this, red behaviors, behaviors that, are not, and, yellow, green. And so, and he carries it over. So you hear him talking it out. Okay. Because we'll ask him, Joshua, is that red? Is that yellow? Is that green? And, Joshua needs to make good choices. Is that a good choice? And you will hear, the self-talk that we kind of, I guess we're doing, that we take automatically. where he'll do that. And so he's mature enough where he can self-regulate, and he'll talk it out. I need to make good choices, I need to make green choices. But we had to give him those when he was younger, and then he gets more adept at using it. So emotion, as you said, because communication is a challenge, emotion is a challenge. So you have to make it more concrete, using similar strategies and using your support groups, sharing with other parents and the different therapists in the team will help to give some of those strategies.
What I also think, Dr. Wright, can help is exposure. I remember this young lady who was not communicating at age 6. At age 18, she has a voice of her own. She does things and she will tell her mom, no, I don't think that is good for me. I don't want to do that. Well, mom, I'm an adult, and if I'm an adult, I'm supposed to do adult things. Now, the point I'm making, you see, exposure to social experiences help to build or strengthen communication for persons with intellectual disabilities. And you would be so surprised if they continue to get this kind of support for a sustained period of time. You'd be surprised of the improvements in the quality of their lives. So support is very individualized, Dr. Wright. You cannot have a support for Tom that is used for Dick, because support is dependent on the needs of that child. If this child has a problem expressing, and it is with expressive and expressive language, and you don't provide the opportunities to strengthen that, then this child is going to become an adult with the same challenge. So I am saying social experiences, get them out there, allow them to interact with their peers, because I think that is one of the best ways to strengthen communication between, interpersonal communication between two people.
Absolutely.
A person with a disability and a person without a disability.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, so just another quick question for the panel. Georgia Enrio, temper tantrum. What is the best way to deal with this situation?
I want to say something about that one. I was given the challenge, my son's different eye operations. He was not allowed to cry for the first 9 years of his life. And when he had an operation, he had to be on, his head had to be tilted a certain way. I don't know how I raised a child that was not allowed to cry for the first 10 years of his life. Because when he became 11, and I had to have those hard no's, because now you were okay. I mean, I had no's before, but it had to be really hard now, right? He had temper tantrums. But temper tantrums can come in different ways, because I would take things away. I would take you see my emotion with it. I would take every single solitary thing. I remember at one time he had nothing, no musical instruments. He had 2 pairs of pants when he was in high school at a certain period, and 2 shirts, of which he had to wash if he wanted to wear it. He had no reaction. So my point is that temper tantrums can come not just by explosiveness, they can also come through passive aggressiveness. So how do we deal with them? One of the things that we have to do is that we have to be consistent, very consistent, and we have to be on the same page as the rest of the members who are on this close team. Those are the things, just as a starting ground. I mean, there's other things, there's redirection of behavior, there's looking at triggers, etc. But just in terms of a starting ground, it had to be that. And I also had to incorporate breathing. This is before I even knew about the psychological effects of breathing and what it was actually called. I just said, you know what? this is not going to work. Let's just do something else. Let's do some breathing. And I would do redirection through deep breathing. You got to find what works for your child because it's very individual. And now that he's grown, he says to me, he finally admitted, you know, I never acted like it bothered me. But when I was in my room by myself with nothing, I used to think that you were crazy. And that's like, so the point that I'm making is that sometimes even when you're moving towards integrating different disciplinary techniques, it may not seem that it's working on the onset, but if you have your journal and you'll see the small changes, because change starts in the small, not in the large.
Yes.
Especially when you're talking about temper tantrums. And if you have the child communicate their feelings more and have outlets for that communication, and you're open to say whatever. I mean, my son has said things to me like, I'm like, do you know that I'm your mother? I mean, I don't know, but I'm your mother, okay? But I have to be open because I want you to be able to communicate with me. So openness, guiding your child towards communication, having a journal so you can see that there are small changes being made. You can't get everything, just choose one small thing and reward that and reward successive approximations of the behavior that you want.
I was also going to say as a follow-up that the tantrum is a behavior, right? And there are ways to reduce that behavior. Absolutely. But one thing that I've noted among professionals and parents alike is that we don't teach our children that there are consequences for behavior. And it's very important. The consistency is important, but they have to understand that if I don't do this, this is what is going to happen. Mm-hmm. And we can start doing that from early so that our children understand what to expect from us as parents or as professionals. Consequences, we have to teach consequences.
I want to add one little thing because my son's eye doctor told me that he said, you know, for him to have survived what he survived, I won't go into the whole story, but for him to have survived what he survived, you know, that means he's a strong personality. That strong personality for survival has another side too. It's the strong personality for wants and desires, right? So you have to understand what it, and just don't see it as, well, oh, it's just the behavior, you know, just break it down and see what you can actually do first. And then you do that, being consistent and having consequences. And hopefully you won't have to take away every single solitary item and clothing just to get to the child who was not allowed to cry for 10 years, that you are serious. You know, and again, but if you start early, it winds up, you'll see the benefit. Life is a blessing. Life is a blessing. And there is that joy in it at every point, but you have to open up your eyes and see it. It's not going to say, look at me, you should be happy. It is what it is. But you have to see the God in all, in everything. You've got to see the divinity in everything, and especially in your child. So you can be able to say, okay, this is a child of God. Let me do my breathing. I had to learn to breathe too and count backwards, forwards by twos, you know, walk away. Last story. When I was doing my dissertation, my exams, so I had these exams and I was at my last exam and I was really studying. We had 10 exams at the time and I was at the last one and then I could actually start writing the dissertation. Do you know what my son did? While I was saving my notes for my exam, he pressed the letter R. Do you know what saved? The letter R. What was I going to do? Go crazy? Clearly I wanted to, but I had to breathe. So not only do we have to help the child manage their behavior, we have to manage ours too. Okay, so.
Yes, indeed. And I must thank you, ladies, for such an amazing presentation. The discussion was well needed. I am seeing a whole lot of our participants identifying with the message that was presented. We have participants even saying now that they have known someone, whether it's family or community related or classroom related, who has an intellectual disability. And you ladies did great at deciphering this information and sharing with us how exactly we can manage the behaviors of our specially able children. So thank you so much for sharing today on this very sensitive topic. The information is well received. We have persons who have been overwhelmed. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we can't take your questions at this time, but we have noted your comments. And I will ask you kindly if you could go to pdi.ecc.gov.jm. We're going to post it in the chat. So you scroll to the bottom of that page, complete the evaluation form, and you can post your questions there, and we see how best we can facilitate those. So that is all the time we have for now.
Miss Francis, just before you close, jdtan.org, the Jamaica Diaspora Task Force Action Network, we have gathered together a lot of friends of Jamaica as well as those of Jamaican descent. And we have professors, educators, nurses, all together in that resource as an additional resource for Jamaicans. And so please, feel free to take advantage of, or wanting to give back home as well. Thank you so much for having me.
Please place that in the chat because I'm interested, okay?
Yes,
place that in the
so
chat.
we will place that in the chat also for everyone to see. So thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a break, but please return with us as we continue into our workshop sessions.
Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
Hello again, everyone, and we are back. And at this time, we will be moving into our workshop sessions as we look at the topic transforming the lives of children and families through screening and early intervention. I have with me Miss Julian Donaldson. Now, Miss Julian Campbell Donaldson is an internationally trained human resource manager who returned to Jamaica from studying at the Florida International University. She has worked in corporate Jamaica for over 6 years before beginning her career in early childhood education as the development officer at the Macam Child Care and Development Center. She was a member of the writing team for the Ministry of Education's ICT policy and the Ministry of Education's writing committee for the Pathways to Education. She was a member of the monitoring and evaluation team contracted by UNICEF Jamaica to evaluate MOE's implementation of school-wide positive information system in primary and secondary schools in Jamaica. After 3 years at the Macam Center, Ms. Donaldson was promoted to administrator. She executed this role for over 9 years while still retaining the center's development officer role. Project management, research, community development, training and development, special education, business administration, assessments, and intervention are some of the focus areas of her career. Mrs. Campbell is an advocate for special education, early childhood education, disabilities awareness, and rights. She's an avid reader with over 1,000 books read on Kindle. She is a mom of 2 girls who loves to share life experiences. Now, early intervention can be transformational in the lives of children. It can significantly change developmental paths and improve outcomes for children, families, and communities. This work helps children improve their abilities and learn new skills. Now, Mrs. Campbell will be presenting to tell us exactly how we can make this life a little bit more easier for her parents. Let's get started.
Thank you so much for having me. And I'm very excited to present on this topic because I'm very passionate about early intervention. I'm going to be sharing a presentation with you, and I'm hoping everyone will be able to see the thing that I have here about what we're going to be talking about today. So the topic today is transforming the lives of children and families through screening and early intervention. The objective is to understand the difference between assessment and screening, and also understand early intervention and its importance, and understand the positive impact of screening and early intervention. So I always think that it's very important for us to understand what screening is. So what is screening? Screening is the process for analyzing the possible presence of a particular problem. Characteristics of a screening tool. It is broader in its scope and is used to identify conditions that may warrant further discussion, and is not a tool that gives a diagnosis. So you can't use a screening tool to get a diagnosis. It is used to identify if a child needs to do an assessment. So let's see what an assessment is. An assessment is a process for defining the nature of the problem, determining a diagnosis, and developing specific treatment recommendations for addressing the problem for diagnosis. Characteristics of assessment process. We can use the screening tools, we just spoke about that, to determine the appropriate diagnostic kits. So there are several different types of assessment tools that are out there. So the appropriate one is what we'll have to use based on what the screening tools will tell us. Integrated results from multiple standardized tests clinical interviews, behavioral observation, clinical record reviews, and collateral information are all a part of the assessment process. So we don't just use what is the testing kits. There are different components that is involved in the whole process of assessment. It should only be administered by professional clinicians. I am not a clinical psychologist, therefore I myself cannot do a psychoeducational assessment or psycho-emotional assessment. I am not an occupational therapist, therefore I cannot do an OT assessment. So the clinical team member who has to do that specific assessment is trained in knowing how to conduct that an assessment. So in that also being saying that the clinicians are specifically trained to use specific assessments. So they don't just take up a kit and just know that this is what they're going to do. No, they actually have to learn how to administer the test for it to be a conclusive and a reliable test. And the scope of assessments is very specific. So when you're doing, unlike a screening, where it's very broad, you're looking at different presentations in a child, the assessment, when assessments are being done, is very specific to what the needs of the child. You're trying to find out what the needs of the child are. So for instance, if a psychoeducational assessment is being done, those are done on children who are 5 years and older, and it's very specific to their learning needs. And maybe through that, you'll find other emotional needs might be coming up, and then another testing kit will be used for identifying all those other things. But it's very specific to topic areas. So it's not broad, it's very, very specific. Assessment can be identified developmental delays and challenges and conditions and indicate severity and provide treatment recommendations. So through the process of assessment, especially early childhood age, you're looking at to see what the diagnosis is for the child. So, and most of the time it could relate to developmental delays, because we're talking about early childhood at this time. So we're looking at developmental delays, and we're looking at how severe are those delays. So is it a mild case of whatever the delay presents, or is it moderate or to severe? And then a part of the process is recommendations. So when a parent goes for an assessment, they are going to be getting the diagnosis, an explanation of what the diagnosis means. And they also will have to get recommendations as to how to treat what is happening with their child. Okay, so they're not left empty-handed at all. So on to our next slide, we're talking about the shared characteristics of the assessment. So both assessment and screening tools must be reliable. The precision of test scores to ensure that its repeated administration comes to be the same diagnosis. So if you're using that test kit and, for instance, you see the same presentations in one child, in the next child, and the next child, it will show the same kind of scoring throughout and diagnosis. So the tool itself has to be reliable. In terms of validity, the test would have to be, the scores would have to make sure that it is, for instance, it has to be valid, meaning that it is actually telling you the right information. So for instance, if a child is nervous and they're not able to complete their testing, the child will be given the opportunity to come back in the case if they come to my camp, so that they are given a chance to do it properly. So there are different factors that can go into why a child might not performing as well as they are in an assessment. So when you look at the validity of the testing of kits of assessment or screening tools, it has to be valid. It has to show that it's a true representation of what the child is seeing. There are other things like classification, accuracy, fairness, and norm adequacy. Those are just technical terms to make sure that you are looking at for instance, you cannot use a testing kit for a 5-year-old on a 3-year-old. You cannot use a testing kit that is going to be looking at a child's development, but then using it to assess a child's speech. So these are kits and testing. So different professionals use their own kits to get the results that they need. So one of the major things that we always have is the question of when to do referral. Because most of the times each school settings has kind of a checklist, or they do observation of a child and they see that there's something that is not really going to the smooth road for a child. The child might not be developing at the same time. There are some red flags that they're seeing in a child's behaviors also. The child might not be speaking at a certain age. So there are different questions that come to our office asking about when should I refer. So there are 3 main things that we need to remember when we're thinking about referral for an assessment. Always think about the developmental milestones of that child. If the child is not meeting the developmental milestones of their age range, there is something going on. For instance, if a 6-month-old is not sitting up, there is something going on for that child. If a child is not speaking by the age 2, there is something going on with the child. So the child needs to be referred for an assessment. The assessment at that time could just be a hearing test to see whether or not the child is actually hearing. So developmental milestones are very critical for us, especially at the early child level, for us to know whether or not that child needs to be referred for an assessment. Another area we always kind of pinpoint on is the behaviors. Is the child behaving at his or her age? So if you have that child when parents call, for instance, and they say they're not sure if their child is behaving, they're the first time mom, and they're not too sure if it is a tantrum their child is having, or is it that their child is, really having some behavioral challenges. I always ask them, if the child is in the room with other children their similar age, are they behaving just the same way as that child, or is there something different that you're seeing in their behaviors? Sometimes the behaviors doesn't have to be negative in terms of, temper tantrums or, being destructive in their presentations. It could just be that the child just sits by themselves, they're a loner. It could be that they're easily, to cry. There are different ways. So it doesn't have to be the extreme of, bad or negative behaviors. It could be just something that you're seeing that child is not a quote unquote happy child. The child is always by themselves or something like that. Okay. Then the last is the functionality of that child. Is that child able to function at school, or is that child able to function at home? So sometimes when we speak to parents or where they call in, I always ask them a question. Does your child understand what to do at home? For instance, they could be 3 years old, but you tell them to go and put the blocks put up their toys. They're not able to follow that command. They don't know how to do it, but yet still they can respond to their name sometimes. So the parent thinks that they're hearing, but they're just being disobedient. It could mean that the child just does not understand what to do. So the functionality at home, you can see there, the child, there's some missing link there. The child is not performing in the way that the parent is expecting. At school, of great importance is like at this age is handwriting. So if we're seeing the child at this age, at age 4 or 5, not able to color within lines or, do straight lines down, or they're not doing the pre-skills, that's a red flag that is necessary for us to look at in terms for handwriting. And we just concluded a webinar on handwriting, and we looked at the different factors that comes to play in handwriting. So it's not just the pencil grasp, which is also a red flag, because you have some children who grab the pencil like this. You have some children who grab the pencil like they put the pencil through here. So it's a very funny way of holding the pencil instead of the tripod method, which we're taught to be the right and correct way of handwriting. So there could be a reason why the child is not. And then another red flag is that the child doesn't like to write. Typically, children want to be just like their peers. So if their peers are writing, they want to be writing. So if a child is avoiding handwriting, that is also a red flag for many different things. It could be a sensory integration situation for that child. The child might not like the feel of the pencil in their hands. And because our hands have many different muscles in there, it could be that there could be a strain on the child's hands, their fine motor skills. We know about that in early childhood. There could be different factors that are affecting the handwriting. So we always try to pinpoint that handwriting is a red flag, a definite red flag in early childhood. So as early child educators and as parents, if we see that our child is having a difficulty with handwriting, that is a means for us to look at assessment to see what is going on with that child. So once again, I just want to bring up pause that when we refer for assessment is if the child is not meeting developmental milestones, if the behaviors of the child is not typical for his age, and also if the child is not able to function, whether it's at school or home or at church, the child is not able to function in any sort of setting. I have a poll here. I'm not sure if persons are able to look at it, but I'm going to highlight it so you can see. Are you able to see?
I am seeing the word poll currently, yes.
Okay, so you're not seeing the poll itself?
No.
Okay. Well, basically the poll was asking, do you think that early childhood is the best place for screening? So it was basically a true or false kind of situation there. I don't know why it did not highlight there. So my apologies there. So let's look at early intervention. Early intervention is the support services that are provided for children who have been identified to be at risk for poor outcome. Many of these children are identified through a screening process. The majority, once assessed, are diagnosed with developmental delays or challenges or disability. Support services should not be available only for children, but for families as well. This is very critical for us to note because we also only think about just the child. We don't think about the family. So there's different types of early intervention. Special education is an intervention service. Occupational therapy, speech and language therapy, applied behavioral intervention, physical therapy, and psycho-emotional or psychosocial services. So all of this is meant to say that there is a gamut of services out there that are available for persons. So special education is specifically looking at the learning and the teaching and learning process that is involved with teaching a child with any sort of special needs. So that involves the use of techniques to make sure that the child is able to learn. Occupational therapy is a very wide rehabilitative service. If you think of your body is and your movements with your body is occupation. So if you think about all different aspects of your body, so sitting up straight, if a child is not able to sit up straight, the occupational therapist will be able to do different activities with a child to be able to build muscles in their trunk, so to be able to hold themselves up. They're walking, the children who walk on their tippy toes, that is also not typical of presentation of children who you consider to have, normal. Sometimes there has to be an intervention to make sure that the child is walking flat-footed. Sensory integration, that's a major thing that occupational therapists are doing right now, because the diagnosis, the large demand of sensory integration for persons who have autism or other sensory-based challenges. So they look at how the child, can perceive hearing in terms of tolerating things on their ears. If you think about visual perception, that's what occupational therapy is also about. You think about sensory integration in terms of touching. Another thing why children might be walking on their tippy toes is because they don't like the feeling of anything on the flat of their feet. So we have to look at that to make sure that the child is able to function, because that's the most important thing about early intervention, is to ensure that the child is able to function. Speech and language therapy is not just about speech, because when I just started at Macam, you heard my background, I came from corporate Jamaica. I kind of had some introduction to clinical services before, but not the wealth of knowledge that I have now. For the couple of years that I worked at Macam, I asked a lot of questions. And I learned that speech and language therapy is not just speech. If you think about it, a child who might be on the spectrum, for instance, on autism, they don't understand language. So when you tell the child, go and put the broom by the door, they have no idea what that means. Or go and step over the chair, or go under the chair. So in terms of receptive language skills, that's what the speech and language therapist also does. They also do a lot of different things, which can be more of a medical base in terms of swallowing therapy and other things like that. But that's for the early child level, speech and language therapy, that's mostly it. The understanding and the speech. Applied behavior intervention, there are persons who are trained to do behavior management in a specific way. ABA is very specific in their approach. What they're trying to do is increase positive behaviors and decrease negative behaviors. So once you are seeing an ABA therapist, that person is targeting specific behaviors that the child is exhibiting or showing. So for instance, if a child is a runner, for instance, I've seen that happen at Macam without no doubt. With ABA, I see the child not just running anymore, they learn to stop and keep with the group. They learn over a period of time, and that's a part of the ABA intervention. In terms of being defiant, that's also being part of the ABA. They try to decrease the defiance with children and try to have compliance more with everything that they're doing. Now, physical therapy, most persons know what physical therapy is that they're looking at the body and making sure that the physical body is able to function at its normal state. And psycho-emotional, psychosocial support is, especially now in COVID, we're seeing that a lot of the children exhibiting a lot of behaviors, which we, it's coming out of adverse behaviors, experiences, adverse childhood experiences, ACEs. So we're seeing a lot of the children now coming in who are depressed. They don't see what's the purpose of life, and these might not be at the early child level in terms of being able to express, but the disruption that COVID had on our children is that they weren't happy. They weren't in their regular environment of going to school and interacting with other kids. So there was a damper. Social skills is lacking. So that is also a part of that whole strategy there. Okay, I'm going to move on here. Now, their type of intervention support services. I like to highlight these three the government agencies have. You have the Ministry of Education, Special Education Unit. I have seen parents carry their children with a diagnosis to special ed, and special ed has stepped in and put their children in different and appropriate places to address their learning needs. Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, that's an agency under the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and their main purpose is to support persons with disabilities. And persons include, as you know, from children up to adulthood. So they do provide grants for parents and also children to go to therapy, and grants for parents sometimes for assistive devices for their children. And then there's early stimulation. It is also under the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. They have an in-house program which they have children coming in, and also they go out into the community to try to help address the needs of our children out there. For family support, there's Jamaica Autism Support Association. I encourage all parents who have children who are autistic to be a part of that association. They do a very excellent job in supporting parents. They do a lot of training. They do a lot of awareness of autism, which is great because it allows for persons to be a lot more accepting of what autism means. The Macam Resource Center, we do have a support group for parents. And for many years, we had a support group for parents with children with ADHD, which we're going to re-energize again. And there's also community-based rehabilitation of Jamaica. They are a community-based organization, and they go out to support our children and their families out there in the communities. So I thought it's very important for us to look at again that early intervention and early identification comes first, then we have early intervention, and then we will have a positive outcome. That is guaranteed, because a positive outcome, there's always going to be the improvement of some sort happening once there is identification and intervention. So, success of early intervention. I wanted to present to you what we do at Macam, so we can have evidence to show that it does work. So Macam Center opened its door in March 1986 by Dr. Watson Campbell. Dr. Watson Campbell is a pediatric occupational therapist and also now an educational psychologist. When she returned to Jamaica, she worked with an agency and saw that the missing years between 0 to 6, the children were missing. So what she did with a partner who fell out, but she still continued, was develop Macam Center. And from the beginning, Macam Center was an inclusive early child institution. It was an institution and that started from the get-go to provide clinical services from the onslaught. So there was a clinical team and an educational team from the very beginning. Now, the concept of inclusion was so novel that Dr. Watson Campbell was invited regionally and internationally to present on Macam Center because there was nothing else like it. There was no paperwork for her to look at to say, okay, let us use this as a standard and let us move forward. There was nothing like that. She basically came up with the concept of Macam Center and had the input of many throughout the years. And Macam has tailored itself into an school, an early child institution that can function very well as it is right now with very great success. So I wanted to present to you this video. It's just around 3 minutes. I just want to be sure, can everybody see my screen still?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So here's a little video. I'm sorry, are you hearing everything? Because that was
Yes.
important. Okay, great.
Shower room. Oh my gosh, I love them so much. Me too. Oh boy. Ruby! Oh, she's going around the cone. Good job! What are you doing? She's looking for you, Abby.
So that's the idea behind inclusion Dr. Campbell thought of. She thought about the fact that typical children can help non-typical, atypical children meet their milestones. So that was her. I honestly bucked up on this video on my timeline, and I thought this was a perfect representation of what her belief was, that typical children can help atypical children meet their milestones. This little girl was not encouraged at all to use her wheelchair until her friend literally put her hand on the handle and told her to push, and she pushed. So when we always think about the fact that there is no benefits for inclusion, this video alone shows that even outside of a school environment or a treatment center, inclusion can happen every day. Okay. So this is a Markham Center approach. Our approach is early identification through screening and assessments, early intervention through clinical intervention, parent support, small class ratios, and trained staff. We put a lot of emphasis on screening and assessments, because if we do see a child who, when we use our checklist, which I'm going to be presenting a little bit later on, we go straight at it. We identify the issue and we go straight at it. Not every time screening means that there's going to be an assessment, because not every red flag is in need of an assessment. So for instance, if you're seeing that the child is not able to hold the pencil, we're going to be looking at different factors, but suppose it's just a fine motor skill development issue the child is having. The teacher will then start implementing things in the classroom where they can address those issues. So the trained staff is very critical to our success. Markham puts a lot of effort in training our staff to ensure that they're able to meet the needs of our children. So small class ratios, parents are usually, well, not anymore, I must say, a lot of more persons are accepting of inclusion. But when I started 14 years ago, even then, I remember someone made a comment to say she doesn't believe that children with special needs and children who are typically developing should be in the same class because they must fall behind. And I'm here to say that's not true. That only comes in a case where it's not manageable, if the class is not managed properly, and if the class is too big. Our class ratios are very, very small. So no child is literally left behind. So each child basically gets the one-on-one kind of support in the classroom. And the parent support, we have to support our parents. Our parents are very critical to the process. We can't do everything alone. Our parents are that missing link sometimes to the success, factors of inclusion or early intervention. if the parent is not accepting a diagnosis, they're not going to want to do anything at home. They already have given up on their child most of the time. And it's not something that is easy for them either. So that is why it's important for us to support our parents through this transitional process. A parent literally said it felt like something died inside of me when I heard my child's diagnosis. So you have to really help that child, that parent mourn what their thoughts were or what their dreams or aspirations are for their child, and help guide them into new aspirations. Not to say that the child can't be successful. It just might mean, what is their measurement of success now? So parent support is very, very critical to our approach at MACAM. So I just wanted to share some pictures at MACAM. You will see that typically our organization looks like every other early child institution. I wanted to point out that this little young lady here is a child who has CP, but through therapy, she was able to stand up, because before she wasn't standing independently. She's for a long period of time. She used to stand and then sit down. So, but through therapy, occupational therapy, she's able to stand, and here she is playing with her dolls. You also will see, this is a part of our therapy, the children going through tunnels, and you will also see that our classrooms, as I said, are typical for every early child institution out there. It's colorful, it's engaging, you have our different centers. So it's not to say that we create something that is not possible to replicate, because it is possible to replicate, but it's just that you just need the training and the resources behind it. And you also see we do different things. Sometimes at MACAM, we do outside classrooms. So there's a teacher there having a class underneath a tree. And most importantly, we're not ashamed of our students. We go on field trips. Our kids are exposed to so many different things. They go out there. And I'm talking about just the typical children, the typically developing children. I'm talking about the children also who have special needs. And the presentation of our students at MACAM ranges from different things. You're talking about children who might have neurodevelopmental disorders or diagnoses, meaning autism, ADHD, other things like that. They might have a learning disability. They might have just have a learning challenge, not necessarily a full disability. They might have a disorder. So our gamut of things really is wide. We have children with CP, children with chromosomal disorders like Down syndrome. So our student population is very varied. We're just not a school for autism. Our school is there for a lot of different children with different presentations. We, however, in the past, we used to have children who had health-related issues. We realized very quickly that we could not handle that. That was in the beginning stages. So Dr. Campbell said that she's not doing that anymore because we don't have the medical staff to really provide the support, the needed support for children with medical-based challenges. All right, so I did speak about the checklist. So the checklist is something that was developed by Dr. Watson Campbell and another colleague. I'm not remembering her name right now, but the checklist is there for starting from the nursery department all the way up to the grade 1. So as you can see here, you will see that there's an initial assessment that takes place, and you see that some of the things for this child in particular was able to achieve. He was achieving all of this going across. Now we have a child for the second one, walks backward toe to heel. The child is not able to do that. It's in progress. It's in progress. And then he was able to show that he has acquired that skill by the 3rd and the 4th time. So the checklist is something that we do 4 times for the year. each child, whether they're a child with special needs or a child who is typically developing. The checklist is very critical. Remember, before I spoke about, through the screening process, we pick up red flags. So this is something that will become like a red flag for us to look at. So if, for instance, all of this was in progress from the start, the initial to the fourth, majority of this, we know that this child will have to be assessed most likely because they're showing a delay in their development overall. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. So this is the individual educational plan. So based on the checklist, that individual educational plan is developed for a child who is showing that they need some sort of intervention. So as you see here, here's goals, who's responsible, what the objectives are, and what the strategies are, and how is it that they're going to actually implement the strategies. So if you see here, this child, and it's the same child from before who has checklists, is going to be seen by the occupational therapist and also by the speech therapist, because either he came in with a diagnosis or through the checklist, we recognize there might be something and he got assessed at Macam, and then we're now pinpointing the thing. So the speech therapist is now a part of the individual educational plan. Now, there's something also called the individual behavior management plan, and that is basically a plan of action of how to, respond to a child's behaviors. Okay, but I just wanted to share those things with you. So, determining factors of a successful outcome at Macam over the years, these are the try and true things we see. Acceptance of diagnosis. The parent has to accept the diagnosis. They don't have to accept the fact that this is the end with all for their child, but they have to accept that there is something wrong and how can then we grow. Availability of special educators. And Macam has been very fortunate for us to have special educators over the years who have made a great impact on our students and on our program overall. The availability of resources. We do have a lot of resources at Macam, I must say, because we've had support over the years. And also we have the support, because I think people over the years have found that they believe in the whole idea of inclusion, and therefore they wanted to be able to support. And also the availability of funding. Resources don't just mean the physical thing. People need to have money to pay for different interventions as such. And availability of clinical professionals. So I always say that Dr. Watson Campbell is one of maybe 8 occupational therapists on the island. I think there are 5 or 6 speech therapists on the island. We have a lot of physical therapists, but the applied behavioral interventionists, I believe there are 4 or 5 of them. So the availability, there's a long waiting list for most of the services out there. I mean, I think we try the best that we have, but there's still so much room here for persons to come in and provide their services here in Jamaica. All right, so I just wanted to point to you some of the references I have and some of the ways you can connect with us. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and also Twitter. And do you have any questions for me? I'm here to answer.
Okay, so Mrs. Donaldson, so far the questions haven't come in as yet, but I have some comments here for you that I would like to share. Let me find that. All right, so we had Andrea Aris. She said our grandson lives in the US. He is 7 years old and has difficulty with handwriting. However, he has been drawing and painting above his age level since he was age 4. So we're looking at a difference in ability.
Right. I was just about to say. So he might be artistically inclined. So he might be able to draw and do great things artistically. But how does he function in the classroom if he has to write his answers, questions, and things like that? So you have to once again look at the functionality. So he might be able to function and do well on those different realms, you know, of his talent. But how does he function in the classroom? So that is where I will look at it there to see, does he function well in the classroom? Is he able to keep up with the writing? If he's not able to keep up with the writing, then I would suggest that you get his handwriting assessed to make sure that he's able to, because no matter what, handwriting is important. And for him to be taking notes and keeping up, you know, well, I don't know about in the States, but here in Jamaica, note taking is still paramount. You have to be able to take notes while you're in class. So I will look at whether he's able to function in the classroom. And if he's not able to function, then I would say, yes, go and get his assessment done.
Okay. All right. So Jody and Ragbar should have said many parents and teachers struggle in accessing these programs for their children. And another parent would have mentioned the cost for the assessment and the waiting period. So what can be done in the interim?
Wow. Well, I always say to parents when they call, I say, you have the power. You have to advocate. You have to go to your senator, your MP, whoever it is can hear, because the fact of the matter is that there is a lack of resources here. There's not a lot. And to be honest, Dr. Watson Campbell is retiring, and she's one of the few pediatric occupational therapists that there is out there. And she has a waiting list. I think her waiting list is up until September. So, you know, it's not the fact of us not wanting to provide the services, it's the fact that there's not availability of. I encourage persons, even when they contact us. I know parents who actually go and study speech therapy or ABA because they see the need and they went back to school, not just for their child, but to also impact on how they can be a part of the whole early intervention dynamic. So, you know, in the interim, I would say, you know, you have to be patient with the whole process. Don't frustrate yourself in the process. There are certain things that you can look and see, not to say that you're diagnosing your child, but, you know, if you think your child is on the spectrum, because most of the time parents think their child is on the spectrum, you can see activities on YouTube. You can go on and see how you can do some sensory at home things that you can do. So it's not to say that you're diagnosing, but if you want to try something until, that is what I would say in that respect. But, you know, it's the reality of what is happening out there. We just don't have the resources. And the cost is a factor because of the availability of the resources. Macam Center is one of the cheaper places for assessments at $50,000, and we have, I've heard of people paying over $1,000 US for assessments in Jamaica. So, you know, you have to shop around, make sure that whoever it is that you're using for your, you know, assessment process is somebody who's reputable, who is actually able to do the assessment.
Okay. All right. So a question here. When students attend MACAM who have special needs, how do you aid or assist students to transition to the regular school system?
Okay, that's a very good one. And it's not just the students, the parents too. So we typically do a kind of a parent workshop with the parents before they go, or they meet with the principal. We kind of, I don't want to say hold their hand, but we provide as much support as we can in terms of informing them where to go. We encourage the parents to go out to the different schools, even with their child, to see how the child likes the school setting, go to the summer school program to see how the child is, you know, functioning at that school. It might not be a best fit. You know, one pants don't fit all, I always say, and schools are very personable. You know, it's a personal decision. How do you adapt to that culture at that school? So one of the other things is that we do social skills groups sessions for the children with special needs who are going into the next program setting. We try our best to make sure that the child is able to have enough social skills to be able to function at that school setting, although it's not always the answer, because over time but there are different strategies that we use for the children. But we always encourage your parents to shop around. Don't wait until April to look. And we're talking about the year before. I always ask my parents, what is it that you're looking at? Is it, which school are you looking at? I say, go to the principal, go and ask her opinion, get as much information as you can. Because if you don't, you're going to be out there and you're going to be floundering like a fish and you just don't know what to do, literally. You just don't know what program is best for your child. And if you're not sure, if it's a child who is not, if the child not at Macam, I always recommend them to go to special education unit because they're in charge of all children who are, special needs for placement.
Yes, and I love the fact that you mentioned that you do parent education too, because the parents need this the most and they need to understand what is happening. And it's not just the child, both the child and the parents are transitioning together. So I love that. All right, another question. This is from Mrs. Bennett Harris. She says, for a student who does well remembering things, but trembles when a writing task is given, should this be considered a red flag?
Is it just when the writing task or is it overall? I mean, it could be nerves. The child could be just nervous that they don't know if what they're writing is the right thing and they just get nervous, because we have to also remember the emotional side of our kids. We always think our kids are strong, but sometimes nerves get the best of us. And we have some children who are overachievers and they think that if they're getting something wrong, automatically they're putting themselves in this nervous state. But if it's just writing tasks, it's not, so look at it. Is it that the child is just writing a little bit okay? Or is it, and then it goes off really badly? Or from the beginning stages, is it that the child is really writing terribly? What we would Jamaican would say terrible, you can't read it from the beginning to the end. You have to look, is a child going like this, flashing him hand, putting pencil down and saying him fingers tired. There's different factors. So I would welcome that person to call us at Macam. You can give them more contact information if you wish. And, we'll be able to answer, because I would like to know some more background information there.
Yes, indeed, because she would have said he functions well in other areas, but it's just the writing, but more detail would definitely be needed for that one. Okay, a question here from Novelet Edgar. She's asking, how can students in rural areas benefit? So,
wow, that's okay. As I said, we need to advocate. We need to advocate for our children and the need for resources. Kingston is like the central hub for most of the resources. You do have a lot of other agencies out there, private and NGOs that are trying their best to do what they can do. But the fact of the matter is, there is a hope. If they can contact us, we might be able to steer them into the direction for which they need to get the resources. Maybe, because we had persons traveling from Montego Bay to Kingston for therapy, Ocho Rios for therapy, May Pen for therapy. Wow. So coming in from all different directions to just access services. So the demand is high. We need to get more professionals in this category because our children are going to suffer in the end. So that's all I can say for them, is that maybe they can call us and we can direct them into the right direction, but it's very limited out there. But there are some places out there that we can make available to them.
Okay. All right. So the final question I have for you is from Sharika Kato. And I would have lost it there. Oh, found it. How do you address the matter when parents are not welcoming to the fact that his or her child may have a disability or exceptionality?
Ooh. I actually had someone last year, a principal, well, not a principal, I think she's an administrator of an early child, and she said she doesn't know what to do because the child clearly is not meeting any developmental milestones. But you know, parents have an idea in their mind of who their child wants, who they want their child to be. It is very difficult for us to break through that diagnosis. We have parents sometimes who will leave with an assessment after the formalized assessment is there and the diagnosis is there, and they say they won't accept it. So in cases like that, there's nothing you can do. You can only do much more. All you can do there is support the child as best as you can. Because if the parent is not able to accept that something is wrong, there's nothing you can do necessarily. You can do a comparison sometimes and say, you know, look at Timmy. Timmy is not doing the same thing as Tom. And not to say that you're pinpointing, but he's supposed to be doing this at this age. But then sometimes the parents might say, no, but my child is just different. My child is, you know, he's special in this way. He might not reach that milestone yet, but he does this excellently. So sometimes parents pick on just the things that their child is able to do, caption onto that, and just believe that everything. And I can tell you without a doubt, when that child is 10, 13, 15, and that child now is not just showing a diagnosis that might be moderate, they might be going up into the severe, they have no handicap that child's life. So sometimes we have to break it down to the parents for them to know that without early intervention, this is a possibility for your child. Not to say it can happen, but this is a possibility, and we don't want that possibility to become a reality. So that is how sometimes I try to encourage our parents. But most of the times the parents already are accepting when they're calling back up because they want the help. But in those cases, that is how we have to deal with it.
Okay, thank you indeed. And we have a lot of persons asking that question, you know, because parents and other family members do tend to be in denial when this issue is raised. And for our participants or anyone who may have interest in becoming trained in special education, how or where rather can they get this training?
Okay, well, MACAM is trying our best to, we have a YouTube page, which we have some past webinars on it that persons are able to access. In the future, we want to actually have online courses a person can self-pace themselves and go through it, but we're in the development stages of that. But what they can do is keep up on our social media pages and they'll get notification of things that are happening, or they can call and we'll just have a list and we just contact them when we have something available.
All right, and thank you for that. So we would have placed your contact in the chat for our participants. They can make use of that. For those who would have also been requesting training or ideas about training, you can always reach out. You have a website, you're on social media, and your telephone contact is right there. I want to thank you so much, Mrs. Donaldson, for such a great, intriguing presentation. We have persons saying that they would have learned so much. And the information is there, it's just access. But once you have knowledge, there is always the opportunity to gain access to what we need. So thank you. And we will continue with our presentations for the rest of the day. But at this time, we are going to take a break. So I hope for our participants to complete our evaluation form at pdi.ecc.gov.gm. Scroll to the bottom of the page and you can click on evaluation. That would also be posted in the chat. So great presentation.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for having me. I'm a strong advocate for early childhood overall, and also early intervention. It makes such a wonderful difference for the child's life.
Yes, indeed. Early intervention, and we start at this stage. So thank you, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
Good day and welcome to ECC Connects, where we talk about everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be looking at the Science and Nature Learning Center. We'll be talking about what it is, what children learn from visiting the center, and what type of materials should be in the Science and Nature Center. Now, like all other centers, the Science and Nature Center is hands-on. It should be filled with child-friendly science equipment for children to explore. They should be safe, they should be simple in terms of experiments for them to do along with you as the practitioner. We should be able to help them log their results, talk about the results, and furthermore, it should be quite exciting for that child to want to visit the Science and Nature Center. So let's get ready to explore together as we become scientists, complete our observations, and look at the results. Science really encourages curiosity, experimentation, and exploration. It creates an environment in which we're asking questions, we're problem solving, and we're finding answers to our solutions. The Science and Nature Center may be a general area with a theme or a very specific theme, depending on, again, the interests of the children, what's happening around them within their environment, or you, the practitioner, that has selected a particular theme for the Science and Nature Center. It is something that we should be able, like the Dramatic Play Center, change up on occasion, reintroduce new material, take out some of the old, because this is one area that we want our children to really want to go to. Let's see what's happening today. What can we explore? What can we create together? What type of findings can we get out of the Science and Nature Center? I want to hear from you. As practitioners, Science and Nature, how do you feel about that learning center? Is it one of your favorites that you love to prepare? Over the weekend, did you find something that you want to introduce Monday and place in the Science Center? How do you get your children to really want to say, I want to go to the Science and Nature Center? It can be difficult. I know it's not one of our favorite centers, but through more exploration, through more development, once we build out the center, children are really going to begin to learn life skills. Number one, language communication skills, how to collaborate together. They'll learn teamwork, because with all of those experiments going on, perseverance, not giving up whatsoever. Analytical skills, problem-solving skills, reasoning, and they're also learning independence, because throughout all of our learning centers, we're fostering independence through the manner in which our learning centers are laid out within the classroom, and more specifically, what we have to offer our children in terms of materials. Let's take a look at the materials for the Science and Nature Center. Now, this is a center that
we have to continue to recreate, to bring in new material, recycle out old material. We have to keep it interesting because sometimes it can become boring for the child as well as you. So if you notice on my science shelf, the top shelf is not labeled, one, because that's the shelf in which I'm going to constantly be using to rotate in new material for the children. And that can be on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis. So I did not label my tomato seedlings, my pumpkin, and my orchids, right? Because those are living materials that I have on my shelf, and I want to create that particular helper, that job for that particular child. So we know we have jobs for every child in our classroom. Well, I've just created 3 jobs in which the children are going to create the labels. They're going to draw the picture of the pumpkin, the orchid, and the tomato seedling. And from there, they're going to be able to label the items themselves. So in that way, we're incorporating children visiting the center, 1, giving them classroom jobs, 2, and then being able to have other children observe these children rotate in and out. And guess what? They're going to want to go into that center as well. So on the top shelf, you know, we're always growing. We always have something in the garden. So I pulled some seedlings from our outdoor garden inside so that we can look and we can discuss, we can draw and talk about what happened when we planted the seeds, our tomato seeds. Where are they now? And what do we expect to see later on? Then in the middle, I have a pumpkin, and that pumpkin has so much texture. So there again, our senses, okay? Our senses are at play. We're looking at the pumpkin. We're feeling the pumpkin because is the pumpkin smooth or is it rough? Is it bumpy? Is it lumpy? I mean, imagine all of that vocabulary coming out, those words coming out from the children as they describe that pumpkin. And from there too, it gives you the opportunity to draw, to talk about the pumpkin, what's inside of the pumpkin, what do you think is going to happen when we cut the pumpkin open? When do you want to cut open the pumpkin, right? Because there might be a child who is homesick and someone might say, no, let's do it tomorrow because so-and-so is not here. So getting the children involved in the process of the Science and Nature Center is very, very important. Then we have our orchid, we have our live plant here. And again, just having that life skill coming in. How do we take care of our flowers? How do we take care of our vegetables? You know, why are vegetables so important to us right now here in Jamaica? On the second shelf, we go onto the second shelf and you see we have some sensory bottles. Very cost effective. Actually, the only cost would be the bottle itself. Other than that, we've included seashells, we've included torn paper, we have some glitter, and we've hot glued the bottle caps so that a child is unable to open the cap. And from there, they'll be able to shake the bottles, maneuver the bottles, and just to talk about what's happening, what they see, what they hear within the sensory bottles. And then keep in mind too, you can also collect bottles where they can bring in their own bottle and create their own sensory bottle to take home or to have in the classroom. Next to that, we have a magnifying glass that it's shatterproof. So again, a child can pick that up and use it to look closely at an item, an object that's in the science area or any center in the classroom they might want to explore just a little bit more. Now, we also talk about books, having books that relate to that particular center. And I have a container of books that looks at my Caribbean, it looks at the weather, it looks at the food, it looks at the environment within the Caribbean, it looks at the flowers, the river, everything is captured into that particular book. Then there's another book that talks about the weather, you know, when it rains, when it's sunny, and the types of experiences, what we have to wear in the different weather conditions, along with another book that looks at the forces around us and looking at magnets and what attracts a magnet. So that's what we have in terms of books. You might have books that looks at the life cycle, that looks at the environment. So whatever book you might have, add that book to your Science and Nature Center, because you can read it in circle time, you can read it in small group, and tell the children, okay, this book you can find in the Science and Nature Center. And that's another way to gravitate and have children visit that particular center, because you have given them something to look forward to, that, you know, Miss read that book, Auntie read that book, and now it's my turn. I want to go to the Science and Nature Center and to be able to manipulate, to hold that book, to turn the pages, and to read about what was read to me already. Now on the second shelf, I have a display of seashells. So I found this particular container, and when it was given to me, I thought instantly, perfect for my Science and Nature Center. I'm able to display seashells. It could be rocks. It could be anything that you desire, that you might have a collection of, that you want to capture and label it. So a child might be able to take that tray out, to take out the seashells, look closely at them. If they wanted to draw them, they would be able to go back into the Art and Sensory Center and to get some materials where they would be able to work a little bit more closely with the seashells. Now, the next two items, we have a sea coral stone and we have a conch shell. So again, you know, looking at the stone, looking at the shell that's a little bit closer, what it sounds like, what it feels like. We might be able to take a piece of paper and do a rubbing over that particular stone and see what pattern comes out. We might be able to measure the seashell, right? So there's so many things that we could be doing. And as the practitioners, now you're going to be asking the questions. You're going to be encouraging children to visit this particular section of the center itself. On the bottom shelf, I have a texture ball. And while preparing this center, I found a few more. So there are a few more balls hidden behind there. But we also have some shapes, some sensory mats that looks at different textures. We have Play-Doh, we have gel, we have other different little things that the children would be able to manipulate and to look at just a little bit more closely. We also have tweezers where they can practice their fine motor skills once again by picking up different types of items using those particular tweezers. There might be an item not in the Nature Center that they might want to work with a little bit more closely, and that is okay. If they ask, they should be able to get that item. If they gravitate to another center and you see them and you ask, okay, where are you going? What are you working on? And they might be able to tell you. Then they're also allowed to, visit different centers and bring back materials that they can manipulate. Because again, there's their curiosity. There's the exploration coming out. They're experimenting, right? And they're looking at planning. They're using their critical thinking skills with all of the materials that they have in the center to use. And then finally, we have a jar of river rocks. Again, they can take them out, they can line them up, they can measure, they can count. There's so many countless things that they can do with these materials. And keep in mind as well, if you're finding that children are not gravitating to a particular center, you might want to put an item on display and really talk about it and really show children exactly what's in the center and how they can use those particular materials. Now, because I have a small space, a tiny classroom, I am not able to display everything within my Science and Nature Center, and that's okay. You might have test tubes that you bring out, and you might be able to rotate something in so that you can bring out your test tubes. You might also have eyedroppers, okay, that you might want to bring out. Magnetic wands. I know those are very popular in classrooms. I just so happen not to have a wand, but I know that's a very popular item that you can use within your science center. Color paddles, we have prisms, we have also, we have our seashells, pine cones. Oh my goodness. Many of you have pine cones in your classrooms. You go outside, you're collecting leaves. You can have a tray of leaves come back into your science area. That could be on the top shelf of the Science and Nature Center. Of course, wind chimes. Many of you have wind chimes attached to a door or a window, so you hear that wind chime throughout the day. I mean, how soothing is it to hear a wind chime? A recycling bin. Many parents, many children, we're recycling. It's a part of our curriculum. It's a part of our learning outcomes. You might have a bin where children drop off something that you're collecting. It might be a shoebox. It might be a clear bottle. It might be a top of, a bottle. Any little thing that you might need in collection of. You might have a project in the science area that you're working on and you need something. So you might have a recyclable bin where children are able to drop off materials that they'll be using down the line. It's also nice to have different types of texture scraps. Sandpaper, cotton, velvets, lace, satin ribbons, all of that helps to enhance the Science and Nature Center. What about a scent tray? Spices, right? We have nutmeg trees, so we're able to have access to the actual nutmeg. We have the tree, we could take pictures of the tree, we could take pictures of the steps that a nutmeg takes to get to that actual nut that we can begin to use. What about cinnamon? We have cinnamon trees, we have cinnamon leaves. We should be able to bring in leaves and a piece of that bark so that we can smell, we can feel, we can write about, we can do experiments with. Sink or float, perfect for the spices. What about mint leaves? We have peppermint, we have rosemary. There are all of these beautiful herbs and spices that we have in Jamaica that we can take advantage of and really fill our Science and Nature Center with. Keep in mind, practitioners, if it's something that you love, that you want to bring in, you're going to be excited and your children are going to be excited. So make sure that you're rotating material, that you're bringing in new material, live material, keeping your area clutter-free. Our learning centers should be clutter-free, they should be organized, they should be labeled, they should be inviting for a child or an adult. Today, we might have a visitor come in and they might want to play in that particular learning center. And imagine an adult going in for the first time, being able to see a child-sized shelf labeled with pictures and words and being able to communicate with the children because they too can see clearly what's in the learning center, and the child, that particular group of children, can really share with that adult what to do with the materials in their classroom. And lastly, a globe. Many of you have globes in your classroom. You might have a chart on the wall that looks at Jamaica, that looks at different continents around the world. But it's good to have all of these different types of materials that support science and nature. And keep in mind too, nature is outside. So once you go outside, you're in nature, and that's a different classroom. So make sure that you're involving nature and looking at nature, talking about nature. When you're going outside, you might want to look up at the clouds and what do you see in the sky? Are the clouds moving? What's the color? What is it making you feel like? And then it's a great opportunity to also read while you're outside, just relax in the breeze, feel that wind blowing, listen to the sounds around you. That's all part of the Science and Nature Center. So make sure that you're also taking this center outside. In the Science and Nature Center, there are many experiments that will be happening. So make sure that you allow your children to record their observations along with their experiments. Keep that center safe as possible and keep in mind safety is priority. Label your shelves, make sure your containers are clean, and the shelf itself is nice and clean at all times. We're always using child-sized furniture and child-effective types of materials. Prepare your experiments before the children arrive. Practice the experiments to make sure that they work, and have fun. Have fun recording and documenting the achievements of your children. Thank you for joining me and this segment of ECC Connects. I'd like to hear from you, so please drop me a comment, a question, or share best practices, because what you're practicing might work in my classroom. Until next time, remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities and in fact the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, Learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our afternoon sessions. Now, this afternoon, we will be going on the topic transitioning to big school, supporting the learning journey. Participants will be aware of the importance of the inclusion in the transition process. Transition from pre-primary to primary should be a smooth process for children and parents. The transition strategies share should equip participants with the relevant knowledge that classroom environment and children's behavior can enhance or defeat learning. The presentation should also include the role of teachers and how extremely critical they are to this process by providing children with the required content and skills needed to function confidently and effectively in a diverse and inclusive learning environment. I have with me our presenter this afternoon, Miss Angela Thompson. She is a motivated, self-driven educator with a determined commitment to ensuring each student will work to their full potential. She prides herself in being enthusiastic about increasing her skill by participating in professional development workshops that enhance her teaching craft. As a general education classroom teacher, she instructs grade level curriculum to students in an environment that supports each student academically, socially, and emotionally. She uses district assessment tools to determine instructional levels and deliver differentiated instruction to meet the diverse needs of the student population. Ms. Thompson applies classroom management and promotes a positive learning environment with a student-centered philosophy. She received her Bachelor's of Science degree from St. John's University, where she minored in Human Services Psychology. Her postgraduate studies is from the Nova Southeastern University, where she received a Master's of Arts degree in Teaching and Learning with a concentration in reading. Now, we know that our children from time to time will leave from, well, they will transition through the education system. So are you prepared for this transition? We will have Ms. Thompson divulge this information with you.
Hi, I am so happy to be here this morning talking about making the transition to big school, making the transition from pre-primary to primary school. My name is Angela Thompson, and I hope by the time that we have today that we will definitely feel better about making this transition. Before we get started with our day, let me tell you a little bit about my background. Was born in England to Jamaican parents, and I actually did relocate to Jamaica between grades 1 and 5 in Jamaica before we migrated here to the United States. I got my bachelor's degree from St. John's University, where I received my degree in human services and psychology. I did make a transition to teaching in my career later on down the line. So I did my postgraduate studies at Nova Southeastern University, and there I received my Master of Arts in Teaching and Learning with a concentrated in reading. In addition to being a first grade teacher at this time, I'm also the speech and debate coach for our 4th and 5th graders at our school. I also do private tutoring. I was inspired to make the transition to teaching from my previous counseling career by volunteering. When I volunteered in my children's classroom when they were in kindergarten and first grade, I was absolutely intrigued by the teachers who they were so in tune with their craft. So I started asking questions. I was curious, and they were very willing to answer my questions. In addition to my daughter's teachers, I also spoke to my friends who were also teachers, and they mentored me. And to this day, I owe them a debt of gratitude. And that's one of the reasons why I mentor new teachers now. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be covering today. As a child progresses from pre-primary to primary school, there are transitions families and teachers expect. There are also going to be unexpected events. So it's my hope that by the end of the session, all involved will feel more equipped to embrace the changes and make the transition as seamless as possible. Let's go over the agenda really quickly. One of the things that we're going to do is actually talking about getting ready for this transition. I'm going to talk to you about understanding school routines and understanding the importance of having it embedded into the students at the beginning of the school year. I will be talking at length about student-centered classrooms. I myself use a student-centered classroom. Some people are a bit confused about it, but it's my philosophy that student-centered classrooms are what's in the best interest for the child. I'll be going over subject areas, and last but not least, parent-teacher communication. So let's talk about getting ready. Let's start with the mindset. One of the most important things that you can do to get ready for this transition is to have a mindset that embraces growth. Scholars, parents, and teachers benefit from the growth mindset, which drives motivation and achievement. We also need to see ourselves not as individuals, but as part of a team. And as we all learned during the pandemic, be prepared to pivot. We adjust to transitions best when we realize that things can and do change. I inserted a quote from Carol Dweck, the author of Growth Mindset, because a lot of her philosophies I've adopted into my life and my career. And she has a great approach about when your mindset is changed, growth is so much more. And the quote says, "The best thing parents can do is to teach their children to love challenges, be intrigued by mistakes, enjoy effort, and keep on learning." Too often, we are so scared to see our children fail. I'm telling that as a teacher and a parent. When we allow them to embrace challenges, to step up to something that's not always easy attainable, and understand that mistakes are just proof that you're actually trying, your child will have a more positive mindset. You have a more positive mindset as a parent or a teacher because you will embrace and will enjoy seeing those children just learn from making mistakes and being okay with it. Let's go into understanding school routines. First and foremost, children are first. For parents and teachers, routines are established for one reason and one reason only: putting children at the forefront of all our decisions. We first have to determine the level of importance for what we want in our classrooms and in our home. The teacher's role is to ensure that the routines are attainable for all students. The parent's role is to understand how routines at home is part of the big picture of your child's education. Well-planned establishment of routines will be seamlessly integrated into a classroom's curriculum, and routines for children at home will be integrated into daily activities in your family life. Now, know and understand that routines will only be established when directions are explicit and consistent. The directions have to be completely clear. Students respond and perform better when they have predictability. There goes the consistency. Now, although teachers are known best for their flexibility, routines, however, should not be created as you go. They need to be planned just as you do for your curriculum. Now, based on the needs of your class, they may need some modifications, but it should be so clearly established and evident in your day-to-day routines that once your students become familiar with routines, they own it. And if it's your routine now, the buy-in is not as easy. But when they're familiar with it, understand that this is my routine, it makes your life so much easier. The battle is completely just about done. It's their routine. The goal with the routines is to foster a sense of independence. Now, the independence is going to transfer to the positive approach when you manage in their behavior. It's going to follow through in their responsibility, in following through on assignments, and it's going to create a community of learners. That's what the goal of the student-centered classroom is. Just that, having a sense of ownership. Now, consistent goal-directed routines take a while to establish. Now, I've been blessed to have worked under great administrators who acknowledge and prescribe to this same mindset. So they recognize that when students understand and are able to follow classroom routines, that makes the student so much ready for and be receptive to academics. So some of you may be asking, you're mentioning routines. What routines are you referring to? So I made a list of some of the routines I had in my first grade class in the beginning of the year. Now, before I show it, please don't be overwhelmed. These are all introduced gradually, not all at once, and it just becomes part of the repertoire. We have a routine for entering the class, putting book bags and lunch boxes in an assigned area, copying down homework, instructions, messages, and their agendas. There's a procedure for handling homework from the previous day, listening to school-wise morning announcements, doing our pledge, moment of silence, participating in social emotional learning activities, and doing responses and reflections in their journal. Now, that's just the first 10 minutes of class. I do have other routines for every part of the day. Now, you might be thinking, this lady must be hoarse by dismissal. And once the routines are established, it's actually opposite. I'm actually typically quite silent during this time. Once the routines have been established, I don't have to utter a word. If I do have some little ones that may need gentle reminders, their friends do it for them in an inappropriate way. Now, I'm going to digress briefly to the parents at this time. You may have one child or not, you may have a few children, but you still cannot compare having your child or children in your home adult ratio in the house to the ratio of a classroom teacher. So in the beginning of the year, I can tell you this happens every year. There's a parent who calls me or meets me at the car loop and said, listen, I signed and sent that form back that you requested 2 days ago, and it's still in Johnny's book bag. Didn't you see it? And then respectfully explain that there's an inbox in the class that the students are taught to put all paperwork from home on. Now, some of you may think that's a bit harsh, but the moment I go in Johnny's book bag and take out and put it in the inbox for him, then I have created that role of dependence on me. Now, what I would do in a situation like that, I may say, okay, boys and girls, let's go. Remember, I gave you some forms to bring home the other day. Does anybody remember where we put the forms that we get home from our families? Oh, anybody want to volunteer? And when that person is volunteered, then it's them now having ownership because they've established that they do know. Okay. Now, in the beginning of the school year, I do not have a list of rules posted in the classroom. The first step in ownership of the norms of the class is to have the kids create the rules. And what I mean by that is, if you tell them do not, do not, do not, it's hard for them to, it's like, oh, this lady's telling me everything I can do. Let them come up with the rules. I read this amusing little book from David Shannon called David Goes to School. And poor David does all the wrong things. So that's one of the books I read on the first days of school. And as I read it, I invite the students to tell what David should be doing and what he did wrong and how he should alter that activity. And we come up, I have them write it out, and we write it out on our paper together on our board, on our easel. And as your students come up with the rules, you get a chance to sort of summarize them. But typically after reading a book like that, these are what our rules look like. Follow directions the first time. Be respectful to classmates, staff, and property. Keep hands, feet, and disrespectful words to yourself. Take responsibility for your actions and always try your best. Now, that was all the list of rules that we got just from reading the literature. And when I said in the beginning that you integrate it into the curriculum, that's exactly what I was talking about. And they have learned, they come up with the rules, now they own it. Let's talk a little bit about a student-centered, oh, I'm sorry, let me go pivot back to the parents. Now, I showed how to integrate it into the curriculum. Let's see how we integrate that into family life. Have a similar set. When they come home, do they have an area to put their book back? Do they have a routine? Are they going to get a snack first? And then they're going to do their homework and then may have a discussion with you about how their day went. All those routines, it's consistent. They know what to expect. And remember, these little ones coming in from where it was free range to now I have to do this. It's the transition is a lot easier. So let us talk a little bit about a student-centered classroom. A student-centered classroom is not to be confused with the students getting what they want, not at all. It means students are so well versed with the routines of the class, they will have the independence to function without constant teacher direction. And then now the individual needs of each student can be appropriately addressed. So right now, I probably have some teachers saying, I have an overcrowded classroom. I have so many kids in my class, this is not going to work. And in all honesty, when I first started looking at a student-centered classroom, that was one of my main concerns. And after the routines are established, everybody knows what to do. So you don't have to constantly be interrupting your teaching, interrupting your lessons to redirect students. Either they're going to do it or they're going to have friends in the class who remind them of what they're going to do. And I'm not doing something from paper into your ears. This is something that I've actually incorporated into my routine for quite a few years. And I did this by modeling from other schools. Now, I'm going to be honest, when I went to the school where I saw this modeled, the demographics were quite different. The school I teach in has a lower socioeconomic level, less parent volunteers. It doesn't have as many resources. So I figured this is not going to work for our children. Our principal said, try it, please. I know you can do it. So me and a group of teachers said, we're going to be the guinea pigs. We tried it. And the differences were astronomical. So that allows us to spend more time addressing the needs of the students, which is their academics, not having to show them what the routine is to hand in their work. So now that we've talked about the students' independence based on the fact that they have understand the established routines, I'm going to talk about goals a little bit. We have goals for our students. We have goals that they have to attain by the end of the school year. It's not just for you to know, teachers. This is to be shared with the students. Some people may say that they don't understand. They don't understand when you say, what are the goals? This can be done in a language that they can understand. I post my goals for the classroom as a whole, the academic goals, as I can statements. So we read that at the beginning of each week. These are the goals we're going to focus on. One of the I can statements for our foundational skills in reading might be, I can sound out words with short vowel A. It's very clear. I'm going to be able to sound out words with short vowel A. They know what they're going to be assessed on at the end of the week because their goals were clearly stated. For math, I can add numbers up to a sum of 20. Those goals are very clear. In student-friendly language, it's not written as our standards are, but it's written in student-friendly language that they absolutely know. Now, under academic discourse, we need to allow children to talk. One of the things a student-centered classroom is you not being the expert on everything. And this goes back again to the goal growth mindset, where you encourage mistakes. I tell my students, I never get mad if you get an answer incorrect. The only time I get upset is if you don't try. So we have created an atmosphere where they take chances, they take risks when answering questions. And that's where academic discourse is important. And they talk freely about the subjects in hand. Now, this isn't just, oh, they can start interrupting the class. It's a very systematic way, again, established in routines. For example, if we're reading a story and we want to talk about something that the characters are doing, and we could just say, how do you think the characters are feeling now? Now, in a traditional classroom, the classroom that I remember growing up in, the students will raise a hand, one student gets picked on, and then that's a voice. Somebody may have something else, but now that student had an opportunity to respond to the question. When we do academic discourse in a student-centered classroom, it may look like this. Let us think about the things that the character was feeling. What are some ways, or what way do you think the character was feeling at this point in the story? Let's do a turn and talk. Now, in a turn and talk, is they talk to the people that are closest to them. It can be in groups of 2 or 3, and they're having a discussion about how everybody gets an opportunity to talk to each other. Now, while they're doing that, you're circulating the room and you're listening. You're letting the students see that you're actively listening. Now, when they are finished, you set a timer for a minute, allow them to turn and talk. And when they're finished, you come back and say, now, I heard a lot of things going around the room. Jane, what were you and Bob talking about over there? And they can be very clear. Or Bob, what did Jane say in your group? And when I do that, it makes them responsible for listening to their partner, because they don't know, am I going to ask Bob to talk about what he said? Or am I going to ask Bob to talk about what Jane said? And that keeps them very sharp. Okay, so academic discourse is integral. Student-centered classrooms also allows for movement. Traditional classrooms sometimes frown on movement if the movement is appropriate and the movement is task-oriented, then it definitely should be encouraged. Again, going back to the routines that you established, and this can all be done weeks after you've established your routines, and this is not as scary as it seems. So if a student broke a pencil, you're in a reading group with a group of students, excuse me, pardon me. You're in a reading group with a group of students and they need a pencil sharpened. Are they not going to do their work? No. They know they can get up and go to the pencil sharpener because that's a rule you established. You can't interrupt the teacher during reading group. So let's go ahead and sharpen our pencil and get back. Okay. Also, going back, another part we could do with movement is with the academic discourse, not always talking with the people at your table. Now, let's go ahead and switch tables, find a partner somewhere else in the room, and let's do a turn and talk that way. This way, you're always keeping them on their toes. They're ready for the next best thing. Brain breaks have become a lifesaver in teaching in my student-centered classroom. Because there's sometimes, no matter what you do, you could be saying a million different ways. They're just not getting what you're trying to explain. Sometimes all you need to do is stop, pivot, let's rewind, let's give your body a break. You may need a break. And there's a variety of technologically brain breaks. There's things on YouTube. Our school platform uses one. We have brain breaks, and these are just 2 to 3, sometimes up to 5 minutes. And those 5 minutes, when the kids look forward to those brain breaks and it's embedded into the curriculum, they become more receptive to learning. Some of the platforms out there even have things that are academically related. The teaches them some things that they need to do. I have one that the kids love for math, which is using movement to learn the symbols for greater than, less than, and equal to. And it has a fun song and everything. They really are receptive to that. Right next to brain breaks on the students in the classroom, you see social emotional learning. That has been a big area that our schools district has been focusing on. And basically social emotional learning is being aware of what your emotion is at the time. And it gives you ownership of your emotions. We respect that some people may have a bad day. Some people may be having a very good day. Some people may be being silly, but it's up to you to understand what those emotions are and how you get back to being as part of a learning environment. And again, there are a variety of platforms on the internet that teaches social emotional learning. While we're talking about technology, let's talk about how we integrate that. Integrating technology into your academics, but not a reliance. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, many students got overloaded with a lot of technology. And technology can be good, it can be bad. It depends on how you use it. Technology can be great if you integrate it into your curriculum, if it goes along with what you're teaching, if it's used to help with intervention where in areas where students may have gaps, or enriching students if they've shown progress in an area. Now you're going to take it to the next level and give them enrichment activities. In those different ways, technology is fantastic. And again, our school district uses a variety of technology, but making sure it's directly tied to your curriculum and the individual needs of the student. And that's one good thing about technology, is that it doesn't have to be form-fitted for an entire class. It can be geared to the individual needs of a student. A student-centered classroom shows value for each student. Now, all students are valuable. In our classrooms, in our homes, all students, all children are valued. But it's an emphasis on making sure every student feels just as important as a student who always gets the answer correct, can read. So a student who's just learning letters and sounds feels the same value of a student who can read a grade level book fluently and independently. And also the same thing goes for showing value for students whose behavior might sometimes be a challenge. That child does not feel any less valued. The child knows that there's some situations that they need to work on, there's some routines that they need to establish, but they're not going to feel any less than a child than little Mary, who's always sitting there perfectly and follows the rules. Little Mary and little Billy should feel the same value regardless of their behavior. Now, the next component of a student-centered classroom, in one of the areas that I focus on, is differentiation. Students will receive independent work that they have to do on their own while the teacher is either working with another group or they're doing assessments. They're going to have to do work independently. And differentiation has to keep all students in mind. You don't want a child so frustrated because they can't do the work. And you don't want a child so bored because they're done in 1 minute. When you differentiate your independent work activities, each student does feel valued. That is one of the biggest ways that I've known that I have completely embraced, because behavior is less of an issue. I don't have behavior breakdowns because a kid finished their work easy and now they're going around bothering the other kids, or a kid feels so frustrated with themselves because they can't do the work. And there are many other aspects of student-centered classrooms, and there's a lot of literature out there today. But the one other area that I'm going to talk about are the multiple ways of representing knowledge. And this is definitely true for this age group. We know that students come into school at different levels. Some may be beginning writers where they can use words and get their ideas down on paper. Others might be in the emergent stage of writing, where they're just doing scribbles. That work can still be represented. That's their writing. That's the stage that they're, and we need to be ready to embrace that. So what I do for those students who are in the I'm sorry, I need to go back one slide. Yes. One area that, one way that I have a way of representing knowledge is I have students draw a picture. Like, draw me what happened in the story. Then have them come and orally tell you what was happening in the picture. Then you can scribe for them. I typically scribe for them on a sticky note. And the reason why I do that is to make sure that their work is valuable. You don't want to make it look like, okay, I'm going to write this for you. You're scribing it for them, showing that you respect their work. But it's just a reminder for you. And then you can read it back to them. It's like, so this is what you're telling me. Did I get it right? You're showing value for the student's work. You're showing value for their thoughts. So just because they can't write like Mary, that doesn't mean their work is any less valuable. Same thing with math. Maybe they don't understand the symbols, the number symbols. And again, children come into the primary grades at different levels, all the different levels. And if they don't know the symbol for what a 5 is, but they can count to 5. If they don't know what a symbol for 2 is, but they can count to 2, then they can draw a picture. They can't write 5 plus 2, but they can draw and just say, let's make up a story. There were 5 birds in the tree. 2 more birds came. Can you draw some birds for me? Different way of representing the knowledge. It's like, how many birds are in the tree now? And they will count, say 7. Oh, let me show you how we write this using symbols. Again, use a sticky note. And once you do that, they take the ownership and they show pride that, wow, I really do know how to do this. So I'm going to be talking at this time about reading. Reading, of course, is one of my areas that I feel very passionate about because reading covers all the other areas. I'm going to be talking about the components of reading, the variety of needs that our students may have in reading, using appropriate assessments and using the data from those assessments to close gaps that some of our babies may have, to find appropriate interventions, and the home-school connection. So these are the components of reading that I want to talk about. And we do this every day. We just don't necessarily call it by its name. The components of reading are phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, and oral language. Now, phonological awareness, as you see on the slide, it's being able to understand the structure and sounds of words. So no letters, symbols are involved in phonological awareness. And typically you may say things like, I'm going to say a word and I'm going to break it into parts. I'm going to break a word into parts. Can you tell me what the word is? At. Can you blend those sounds together and tell me what the word is? And they'll say, cat. Okay. The converse of that could be, I'm going to say the word. You tell me what sounds you hear in the word. Say the word map, map. What sounds do you hear? They should be able to say ah. So that's what phonological awareness is, being able to understand structure and sounds of words. And they need to be pretty comfortable in this before you introduce phonics, which is the ability to correlate sounds with letters or groups of letters. So now we're combining the sounds of words and you're putting in the phonics. So you're representing the sounds with the letters that you heard, okay? Now, fluency is the ability to read with accuracy, read the words correctly, read with the appropriate rates. So you're not starting and stopping, you're reading fluently and with mostly word phrases, and prosody, which is the expression. So when a child has gotten proficient in phonics and they start to read, we start to look at their fluency. Fluency is very important. You can read the words accurately if you're not reading with the proper expression or the appropriate rates, you're not looking at the punctuation, it will affect the child's comprehension. If they are starting and stopping, they can read each word correctly. If they're not knowing how to read it fluidly with expression, it's going to affect how they understand what they're reading. Before we go into comprehension and understanding, let's talk about vocabulary. Vocabulary is the body of words a student understands how to use appropriately. Again, students come into the primary grades come with varying levels. Some students may have a wide vocabulary. Other students may need a little assistance and a little support. So whether you have pictures or drawings or examples, you need to incorporate vocabulary. And this goes for parents too. Use words out of the ordinary. I tell my students after the first few weeks of school, how do you think the character is feeling? Happy. Okay, let's go ahead and fade that word. That doesn't mean we can't use it anymore. What other words describe happy? Increase their vocabulary by talking to them to say, how was school today? Good. Let's find a different word for that. How was school today? Fabulous. What was fabulous about it? So they understand that fabulous means good. It's a varying word, good. Okay. Now let's piggyback to comprehension, which is a capability of understanding what the text was about. And this is both fiction and nonfiction. So in the beginning grades, when you're talking about fiction, you're going to see story elements that are very basic. You're going to see story elements such as who are the characters, where did it take place, the setting, what did the characters do? You're talking about the events in the beginning, the middle, and the end of the story. As the text complexity of fiction work increases, then you are going to find other components of reading. You're going to understand character traits. You can understand problem solution, the moral of the story. So it increases, but you have to make sure that the students are extremely proficient in the basic understanding of comprehension. If not, there are going to be gaps. There's some students who I have that are fantastic, fluent readers. They can't comprehend anything because they had to do the stop. And let's talk about it. You had to be the stop. Let's summarize. Let's see what happened from beginning to end. You have to stop and talk about it. How could this change? Let's make a prediction, an alternate ending. So it's vital for not only teachers, but parents at home. It's not just about them saying the names correctly and saying, oh, my child can read this type of book. Do they understand what they're reading? Are they able to talk about character traits? Are they able to talk about where the story took place? Because in all honesty, at this time of the school year, I have many students who are very fluent readers, but are still struggling in comprehension because sometimes they were bumped too quickly into reading more complex texts when they did not get that baseline in comprehension. Okay, and this is what it's all about. When you do your assessment, those are things you need to consider and say, okay, now I need to, this kid can read on a, I'll use levels that we use, level J, but the comprehension level is actually closer to an F. So there's some gaps that you need to close in. So you may go back to a level F book and say, let's go ahead and work on these comprehension strategies, build that foundation, then we could move forward that you can answer comprehension questions on the book that you're able to read accurately. The same thing goes with nonfiction. In nonfiction books, they're learning about a topic. You see very few text features. You may see labels, a couple headings. As the nonfiction text gets more complex, you're going to see other text features. You're going to start seeing bold print, charts, maps. And if a child isn't geared to stop and look at those things, they're going to be missing out on many things on their comprehension of nonfiction text. Now, oral language is an area that a lot of people don't focus on, but it's an area that needs to be focused on a little bit more because it's used by students daily to communicate their needs, their wants, and I sometimes have kids who are brilliant, but they have so much difficulty communicating their needs. They can't express themselves. And that's not from just not only speaking, it's listening. Speaking and listening is part of the oral language. Sometimes we as teachers assume that students have a certain vocabulary. We assume they understand what we're talking about, and they may not. I'm going to show on our next slide, I'm going to show you some misinterpretations of sentences that were delivered orally. And this was done in a book on dyslexia by Wolf and Behringer. And I cited them on this page. So if you want to take a look and see what the students heard the teachers and wrote down. All right, now I'm going to show you what that teacher actually said. Quite a difference there. And you may think that I figured it out because phonetically you did it, but could you imagine the confusion when a child, you said always be polite, and a student hears, I'll wait, be polite. So the poor student has no idea what you're talking about, and sometimes we take it for granted. So we as teachers also need to learn that we have to stop and ask questions to see if we're actually getting across to our students the message. So what can you as a teacher or parents do to help build oral language skills? So just here are a few recommendations. Encourage conversation. I talked about that, how that looks in the classroom already. You encourage conversation by doing a turn and talk, having academic discourse. Parents can do that on the way home. Was school today good? Instead of asking closed-ended questions, ask open-ended questions. Have them be accountable. Okay, you said you had a good day. Can you name one specific part of your day that you thought was good? And when they tell you the part of the day, why was that in day good? Or why was that part of the day bad? It could be whatever, just you're engaged in some conversation and you're asking open-ended questions. Have students summarize what they heard. So after you read something, we as teachers, we as parents have a tendency to want to go ahead and, so in this book we learned, let them summarize, do a turn and talk so they can say. And the turn and talk, by the way, let me just piggyback on that a little bit. The turn and talk is good for the shy students who may not feel comfortable raising their hand and being called on. I see a complete difference in turn and talk where they're comfortable talking one-on-one with students at their table. Now, do the exercise daily that challenge their listening skills. One of the ways I do this is sometimes I'll call in students who didn't raise their hands. Or I'll call in students and say, Mary, what did Johnny just say? What did you understand from what Johnny just said? And I use what we call accountable talk. I heard Johnny say, and then you repeat, do you agree with Johnny? Yes or no? Oh, I agree with Johnny because, and they have to say that, or I respectfully disagree with Johnny because. Now, again, this is not something that gets established in the first week of school, the first month of school, the first quarter, or maybe even the first half. A lot of times you see this academic discourse, this accountable talk, not happening until later on in the school year. But once it's established, it's established. And again, allowing them to have discussions with their peers. So let's go in a little bit to subject areas. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to the previous slide. Oh, I apologize. I completely apologize. Finger hit the wrong button. Let's go back into this. I apologize again. Subject areas. Let's talk about math. Math needs to be concrete. Our babies coming from pre-K to primary cannot relate to abstract math on a paper where you put 5 plus 2. It has to be modeled in different ways. The 4 ways you can model math is you can do it like I did earlier on. There were 5 birds, and as a story, use words, a story to tell it. There were 5 birds in the tree. 2 more birds came. How many birds are in the tree now? Then you can model them with pictures that we know our little friend Billy couldn't do. So Billy drew pictures of birds, 5 birds, and he added 2 more birds, and then he was able to figure out how many birds are in the tree. So that's 2 ways, through a story and through drawings. Another way to do it, which is absolutely important in this grade level, is to use concrete examples, manipulatives. Now, you don't have to go out and spend a whole lot of money. I know different schools have different supplies and different things. It can be something as simple as peas. You know, you have dry peas and they're counted. That's their counters. I've made manipulatives out of popsicle sticks and making gluing beans on them to show when you start doing place value for 10s and 1s. So definitely you have to have something where it's concrete, where the kids are able to manipulate them, and either with addition you join the 2 or you take away some. They have to see concretely. So we've had model with words, stories, model with drawings. We can model with manipulatives, and the last way is to use symbols. Remember we talked about our little friend earlier who did not know what they knew how to count, but they don't know what the number symbols mean. Then you go ahead and introduce, this is what the number 5 looks like. This is the plus sign for addition. This means join together. Make sure you're using that vocabulary. This is the symbol for 2. This is a symbol for equal. Now, equal does not mean an answer. Equal means what's on one side is on the other side. It shows balance. But this is a symbol for equal. So we have 5 birds, 2 birds. That's going to be equal to 7 birds altogether. The 5 birds that were there before, the 2 birds that came, are now 7 birds altogether. Also, very, very important in math, it's okay to be wrong. Sometimes there might be an error and sometimes there might be a mistake. A mistake in calculation. So little Janie, she had 5 plus 2 equals 8. She made a mistake in her calculation. Or you have our friend Johnny, who had 5 and took away 2 and got 3. That was an error in what he understood the story to be. He used subtraction instead of addition. So it's important that we don't make our kids feel bad when they made an error or made a mistake. Okay, be creative. As I told you about the popsicle sticks, I've learned so many things from teachers, and if you go on all the different websites, you'll see they're very creative teachers out there. We learn from each other, and that's why we're all here today. We learn from each other, and also parents. I've actually learned from a parent this year told me that she uses playing cards, and with playing cards and the symbols are on there, because of that, her daughter understands the concept of greater than and less than. And I actually use that when I did greater than and less than. I introduced that technique into my group that were struggling with that activity, and it worked fantastic. So I get fantastic ideas from parents as well as my fellow teachers. Now, in science, it's important to not front load. What do I mean by front load? Don't give them the information. Engage them. It's like, we're going to be learning about the sun, moon, and planets. Allow them to talk about what they already know. Then in science, it's important for them to do some exploration, experiment. When you're going out, when you're learning about plants, take a walk outside. Look at the plants, look at the systems. You see the root, the stem. Okay, they understand it once it becomes real to them. And then explain that, have them explain, have them write on a piece of paper, their science journal, what they know. In social studies, the most important part of that is that they're making connections, a connection to themselves. They're making a connection to something they see in the world. They're making those connections. They're seeing themselves as part of it, as part of this wide, vast world. And one of the things that I usually do in my primary classes are the Me on the Map. And this is a very powerful activity where you do things. We do it as a class first, and then they do that sometimes as an at-home project. So basically, Me on the Map is we talk about our classrooms. Like, okay, this is your classroom, this is your table, this is your desk where you sit. Let's draw a map. That's you sitting at your desk, that's you sitting at your table. Now we're going to we're going to draw a picture of the classroom, where you are in relation to the classroom. Then it gets bigger. The next day we do where our classroom is in relation to the school. Where is our school in relation to our town or city? Where our city is in relation to our parish. We have states, but you would say our parish, or in relation to, then it goes to the country, to the world. And when they see that they go from sitting at their desk, they're actually part of the world, those connections are fantastic, and it's mind-blowing for the student. The last area, but not, sorry, I'm going backwards again, apologize. The last area we're going to cover is parent-teacher communication. Now, this is vital to ensure success for our students. Vital. It's important that we learn to communicate clearly and listen carefully to each other, and to respect each other's views. We cannot do this if we're not respectful to each other. Share your views willingly. Ask and welcome questions for clarification. That's on both sides. Parents, feel free to ask questions. Teachers, feel free to ask questions. I ask questions of my parents all the time because they know their child best. Johnny's a bit shy and he doesn't seem too much interest in reading. Does he have any interest that I could possibly integrate and give some books in my class? We have to recognize that each of us are part of it. Be open to ideas and views. It may not immediately be part of your repertoire, okay? And honor the person's time. Parents, honor the teacher's time. teachers honor the parents' time when they're coming for conferences, or if they have a question, be very respectful of that. And for both parts, follow through. Follow through on it. Shows that you respect and value each other, but most importantly, you know that you're putting your child first. Okay, now the first meeting, I'm going to talk about the first meeting. Parents, try not to let it be a complete list of everything that they need to know about your child. Allow your teacher to learn your child for themselves. Now, you have to reveal critical must-knows, such as allergies and then medication, any other information that may be completely relevant. But save the other personal things for meetings and conferences. Give the teacher a chance to learn about your child on their own and recognize the fact and accept the fact that your child's teacher is going to be a very important part of your family in the upcoming months. I'd like to talk about this quote from John Dewey, where he says, "We do not learn from experiences, we learn from reflecting on experience." So things it may sound all nice and cushy, but my classroom is not nice and cushy every day. Everything doesn't go as well. But what I've learned to do is to reflect on what happened, what were the situations, what caused something to happen, and then have the mindset, going back to that growth mindset of how can I change things the next time. So let's spend a little time thinking about that. If we don't learn from our experience, we learn from reflecting on our experience. So for the last hour or so, we've been talking about making the transition to pre-primary to primary, and I hope it's made it seem less daunting. Challenges are definitely expected, but they are not insurmountable. It's a step-by-step process that needs constant redirection based on the needs of the children under your care, whether or not you're a parent or a teacher. So let's not grow weary in doing what is in the best interest of our children, because they are all our children. Thank you so much for your time that you spent, and together we can build our future one piece at a time. Thank you so much.
All right, and that is it from Miss Thompson. We want to thank her for that presentation. She is not currently online, but we did learn a lot, and for that we are grateful. She would have made highlights of the transitioning strategies that are to be used in the classroom environment, and this also helps with the child's behavior when they would have moved up another level. Now, the roles of teachers into this transition process is a responsibility to both parents and children. And I hope that we would have found this experience very helpful as we would have gone through those a while ago. Now, parents, communicate with your practitioners, communicate with your children. You have questions, you have concerns, let them know. For practitioners, keep the line of communication open with your parents, because they support the learning process and they also make your job so much easier. So I want to thank you all so much for tuning in to this workshop. We are going to move into Mini Little's Movers, but please stay with us, because when we return, we will have Inspector Greaves and she'll be looking at the topic, it takes a community. So thank you, parents, so much. And I will see you back here at 2:15 p.m.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2000.
Hi everybody, welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now.
Hello everyone, my name is Adrian. This is Consistency Fitness. Let's get fit in 10 minutes. First, we're going to start with warming up the shoulders. 3, 2, 1. We're going to stretch the legs out. Next one. Shake it out. Begin here. Alright, what we're going to start with, we're going to start with jog on the spot. We're doing it for 30 seconds in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 30 seconds. Keep going. For this, I want you to keep breathing. You must stop the breath. Ready? Go. Jogging. 30 seconds. Keep going. Keep pushing. You got this. Come on. Alright, 3 seconds. We're going to do jumping jacks. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 1. Keep breathing. Keep that core tight at all times. Let's go. Keep pushing, keep going. You got this. Just warming up. Let's go. 3 seconds. We're going to whirlwind twist. Ready? Sit it up. Legs wide. Hands out here, going down. Keep that core tight at all times. Keep breathing. In 3, 2, 1, go into high knees. Let's go. Up with the knees. Make sure the knees are coming above the hip. Let's go. Nice and easy. Still warming up. Keep that core tight. Shake it up. That's just the warm up. Ready? Catch your breath. 30 seconds. Then we're going again. This time we're going a little bit faster. Alright? Keep breathing, keep moving. Ready again in 3, 2, 1. Jump on the spot. A little bit fast this time. Let's go. Keep going. You can do this. Let's go. Yes, you can. Keep going. Come on. Push. Push. A little bit faster. Let's go. Keep running. Let's go. Come on. Keep pushing. Three seconds. We're going to jump in jacks. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Make sure that core stays tight. In 3, 2, 1, whirlwind twist. Let's go. Hold on. Keep that core tight. Keep going. Almost there. 3, 2, 1. Then we're going for high knees. Remember, a little bit faster. Come on. You got this. Come on. Keep pushing. You got this. Let's go. Push. Keep the knees above the hips. Let's go. Up. Keep breathing. Keep that core tight also. Let's go. Push. Come on. Keep going. Should be sweating right now. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds rest. We're going into the workout. Shake those legs. Keep breathing. Inhale. One more time. Exhale. Straight up. That was the warm up. Now we're going for the workout. Okay, first we do lateral rounds and floor touches. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Going to the side. Down. 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 Come on. You got this. Only working for 30 seconds. Come on. Down. Down. Push. Keep that core tight at all times. Keep breathing. Got it. Push. 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 Keep that core tight. Come on. You got this. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. We're going for mountain climbers. On the floor. Head up. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Up low. Keep that core tight. Keep pushing. You got this. Come on. Keep going. Push. Almost there. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Then we're going for long jumps. Together. Apart. Together. Apart. Together. Let's go. Okay. Okay, let's go. Keep pushing. Let's go. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. Stand up. We're going for jump squats. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, let's go. Jump squats. Keep pushing. Exhale when you jump. Inhale going down. Keep that core tight. Come on. Three, 2, 1. Oh. So now we're going to repeat that for one more set. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We're going back to the lateral round to move it fast. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I want it faster this time. Faster. 30 seconds. Let's go. Push. Push. Keep going. Keep going. You got this. Got this. Then you want to stop, but don't quit. Keep going. 3, 2, 1. You're going for the mountain climbers. Going fast. Ready? You got this. You got this. In it. Let's go. Come on. Push. You got this. Come on. Push. Put those knees to the chest as much as you can. Keep going. Come on. Keep pushing. Come on. Push. Push. Knees to the chest. Let's go. Knees to the chest. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. Hands up. Let's go. Out. Come on. Keep going faster. Keep pushing. You got it. Keep that core tight. Don't stop. Don't quit. Come on. You got it. Keep pushing. You're almost there. 15 seconds. Come on. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. Stand up. Come on. Jump squat. Let's go. In it. In it. You can't give up now. Let's go. Push. Push. Down and up. Bigger jumps. Come on. Bigger jumps. You got this. You got this. Keep pushing. Come on. We get set up. Inhale down. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. And down. Shake it up. Good job. Alright. So we're gonna warm down now. Let's go. Yeah. Exhale. Yeah. Exhale. going into a hip flexor stretch. To one side. Then to the next. Over to the center. Get the ankles, drop the butt as deep as you can. Under the close out the legs. Use the elbows to push the knees outwards. Up. Still carry the legs. Use the right hand to hold the left calf, left hand up. Down to the other side. Down. Slowly roll up, keep that chin to your chest. Again, inhale. Exhale. One more time, inhale. Inhale through the nose, hold it. 3, 2, 1, exhale. And that's it, guys. That's your workout in 10 minutes. Check me out on Instagram, check me out on Facebook, all the social media sites. All right? Until next time, stay consistent.
Thank you all for joining me today for Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is. Let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Little Movers. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks
All right, and we are back. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And as promised, I have here with me Inspector Sherry Greaves, and we will be looking at the topic, It Takes a Community. Now, what is this all about? Preventing child abuse takes leadership, accountability, and culture change. It means all stakeholders need to be more attentive to the children and put their rights, safety, and dignity at the heart of every decision. This session will equip participants with the necessary skills and information required to effectively safeguard children in their care and in their communities. Also, participants will gain a better understanding of the processes they need to follow to safeguard children. Now, let me tell you a little bit about our presenter this afternoon. Inspector Greaves, a veteran of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, having joined in June 1995. She has served at different locations in varying capacities, such as the St. Catherine North, which includes Spanish Town, Riversdale, and Guysdale, and the St. Andrew North. This includes Constant Spring, Grantsville, the St. Andrew North Community Safety and Security Branch, the Constabulary Communication Network, and the Rape Unit, which is now the Center for Sexual Offences and Child Abuse, CISOCA. Inspector Greaves holds a Master's in Social Work and a Master's in Business Administration. She also has a Bachelor's of Science degree in Social Work and a Bachelor's of Science degree in Communication, Public Relations, a Diploma in Communication on Print and Online Media, and a Certificate in Public Administration. So you know she comes to us qualified and experienced. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Over to you, Inspector Greaves.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you heard from Miss Miller, that was that was a warm greeting. But this afternoon we'll be talking about a village. It takes a village to raise a child, right? It takes a village always. Back in the day, community living was a given. This dates back thousands of years to somewhat recently. People lived in communities for several reasons: for safety, socialization, and shared resources. From the earliest days of humanity, our brains have been programmed to live in close proximity to others. Remember, God made us social beings, right? And we share foods, we share tools, we protect each other, and we exchange ideas. But the past century has drastically changed the concept of community. No matter if you live in a rural area, a suburban neighborhood, or an urban metropolis, families no longer cohabitate as intergenerationally as they once did. Remember, you have the grandma, the grandpa. It's like an extended family setting, especially as the appeal of the nuclear family began to increase. The move from rural living to urban lifestyle to suburbia and then back to city life has meant that extended families often fracture and live further and further apart. Remember, we are becoming more like the North American lifestyle. We are often caught up in the reality of constant busyness, that we don't have time to get to know our neighbors. And in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, in the CSSB, Community Safety and Security Branch, which I'm at, one of our key point is to create neighborhoods, is to create neighborhood watches. And we realize that, especially in the affluent communities, they don't know each other. People living beside each other don't know their neighbors. They are not neighborly, right? And as such, social media has redefined connection and friendship, leaving us staring at the screens, more engaging with people around us. It leaves us staring at the screen more than engaging with people around us. You'll find a family around the table, and each of them has a cellular phone. They are not talking among themselves, but they are talking to others. People, they let in people in their comfort zone via the internet, right? The impact of this is apparent. It's obvious on children and adults. The adage, you remember the adage? It takes a village to raise a child. This is absolutely still true. But somewhere along the way, we've lost that village. We need to raise kids in nurturing, creative, and safe ways. And as a result, families are missing out on crucial learning experiences and much needed support systems. In the end, many parents feel isolated and alone in their struggles, and kids don't have the opportunity to engage with a large mixture or group of people and personalities. So why community matters? Healthy parents lead to healthy families, not just physical health, but emotional health too. However, going it alone with even just one child, let alone multiple children, doesn't lend itself to positive mental health, no matter what Instagram says. Yes, Instagram. Oftentimes, parents feel stressed, overworked, judged, and inadequate. Burnout and exhaustion are real, but without a community around to validate these feelings, many moms and dads feel like that pain is unique to them. Another loss with the disappearance of community living is the dearth of sharing resources among families. So one person may not have the resources, and so by being in family, you will get, right? So it's a scarcity of sharing resources among family. From small things like meal swap, you remember, you cook this meal, I cook this, and we share meal swaps, to larger benefits such as having a trusted friend to leave your children with. Parents and the children are missing out on experiences that lift us up and expose us to different ways of living and engaging with the world. Now, how do we build a community? If I don't have a community, how do I create one? It's not always easy and does take conscious planning, but it is possible, especially when you know there are so many other parents out there looking for community support too. The most obvious place to start is with existing family and friends. Strangely, this can sometimes feel daunting because it can be harder to admit our struggles and perceived imperfections to those we love. But asking grandparents, aunts, and uncles, and cousins for help can make them feel included and also provide your children with more access to family relationships and its history. Even if families don't live nearby, set up regular family Zoom calls. Remember, COVID came in and popularized Zoom. So set up regular family Zoom calls so everyone feels more connected. Talking over video can sometimes be hard for both adults and kids. But if you organize simple trivia contests like sharing jokes and online games, then it becomes more social and opens the door for deeper conversations down the line. Friends are another great place to begin. Even if you think those friends already have everything all together, many parents feel pressure to look perfect on the outside. So it can be hard to imagine that it's a different story on at home. Think about one or two friends in your life that you trust. Reach out to them, explain that you want to cultivate more community for you and your family, and ask if they'd be interested. There's no rule book for how to establish your community and what it looks like. If you just need willing participants to help design a framework that meets, excuse me one second, a framework that meets everyone's need. And don't leave out friends without children. Even if your choice to have kids is intentional, they still may want to be a part of your child's life and provide a positive and unique influence. So that said, there are times when family and current friends just aren't an option and you really must start from scratch. This can feel harder, but also incredibly rewarding when you find your people. Make a list of where in your life you are exposed to other parents. Some of these places are school, playground, swimming or art lessons, right? Local social media groups, or the good old neighborhood watch group. Not leaving that out because as a police, I have to bring that perspective. The list will be unique to your family lifestyle, but can show where you're engaging with like-minded moms and dads. You can start small. Throw out the idea of a simple potluck lunch, right? Or better, offer to host a group play date with parents in attendance. The idea is to very intentionally select and cultivate relationships with with other families that will blossom over time. Consider seeking out local services and programs designed to build communities. Parenting groups and or community centers are wonderful and affordable places to start looking for other families who are seeking deeper connections and support systems, right? We can consider volunteering with family-friendly organizations as a way to meet other like-minded parents while also demonstrating to your children the value of giving back. So what are the benefits of community? Building your own community can be hard, especially when you're already feeling exhausted from day-to-day work or from parenting. But in the long run, it can be totally worth it. Some of the bigger benefits are help with childcare, having a safe and non-judgmental space to share your struggles, and providing your children with a rich and diverse social network. And it collaborates other parents too, right? Sure does. So keep in mind that it doesn't have to happen overnight, and neither should it. Think of establishing a community for your family, like growing a garden. You will need to plant the seed and to tend to them slowly and carefully with small steps. See what grows in your environment. Not all relationships will be the one, but with care and attention, likely you will find people that feel safe and supportive and lift up you and your family. So those are some reasons why we need a village. We also know how critical a parental figure is to the development of a child. Both parents are supposed to be in the home, but this is not always the reality. Children, especially girls who grew up with an absent father, are more likely to be subjected to higher poverty rate. That is what the research has found. Experimental drugs, they are more exposed to, are subjected to have a higher poverty rate, experiment with drugs, and experienced teen pregnancy. With the compounded problem of a global pandemic, support from community members, teachers, friends, and family is crucial. So kids today experience less connection, more isolation and anxiety, and even depression. Children can become depressed. And COVID 19 has only exacerbated these feelings, it has made them worse. Not to mention, there's an entire generation of children who now can say they grew up with social media. While every child is different, as a whole, this generation is starting from a level much less connected to self and much more used to comparing themselves to others than any generation before. My generation wasn't on social media. We had to entertain ourselves. We had to go out and the moon, when you had moonshine, because I'm from the rural areas, moonshine, I would make ring games, ring ding, and Miss Lou's song, Moonshine Tonight, come make we dance and sing. You know, we had to entertain ourselves, but it's not so today. And I'm not being judgmental, but as parents, we have to ensure that we have the lock on the door, right? So we still need the village. It is still very important. When a community of healthy adults supports a child, they build a robust social and emotional support system around that child. The child grows up with and becomes accustomed to healthy connections. Empathy and resilience are natural byproducts, right? So when they have those connections, they will be empathetic and resilient to adverse effects. And these two protective factors can decrease many other risk factors that could potentially come into play in the child's life. Schools make up a considerable part of the village. Our kids spend the majority of their time there. So it only makes sense that teachers and district officials provide the social and emotional support necessary to support them. Now, the PTA, parents, PTA is very important. We are supposed to be actively engaged in the Parent and Teachers Association at the school, and always, this is a way of keeping tab of our children's progress, right? And that is another awesome village. Our kids spend the majority of their time at school. So it only makes sense that teachers and district officials provide the social and emotional support necessary to support them. So build your village. Build your village. For kids, healthy relationship with adults build trust in others. These relationships also build confidence in themselves as people also depend on them. If you're a parent, do you have a strong village that supports you and your children or your child? If you're a teacher, do you feel your school has a strong social, emotional learning foundation that properly supports you and your child? And if you're a student looking for more support or a friendly community member who believes a child needs more help, how are you connecting to the right resources? Find your village. Reach out to your school community and see what kind of support or parental engagement activities are available. Remember, I talk about the PTA? Reach out to the friends you trust and don't be ashamed to ask for help once in a while. While this may be more a challenge now back then when there was COVID, now it's somewhat easier because the restrictions have been relaxed. Even asking for advice from another person could relieve some stress. If you're hoping to give support to another parent or friend, offer your help in a non-invasive way. If you're worried your friend might take it the wrong way, frame it in a way that makes them feel like you're helping each other. Of course, when it becomes safer to be in the same room as others, offer to watch a friend's child or children for a period of time. Some time alone to take care of their personal needs can do wonders to support the family. So participate in family bonding activities. How do we do that? To do our part in the village, we promote And you can promote just about anything, any program that comes to your mind, right? And this is a way to strengthen child caregiver relationships by encouraging engaged parent figures, and exemplifying new possibilities through art and education. So that's just one of the programs that can be instituted. Children and their parents or guardian can sit together and be led in a guided painting project. So a guided painting project. So yes, the child can also lead, right? We should allow them, let them teach, but we are supposed to guide. The artist can facilitate discussions surrounding the healthy relationships and ways to improve them. They can utilize eco-friendly materials, and we know that we are into recycling. We get the bottles, we put it in a bag. We get other things like papers that are that can break down, or that big word, but it's in essence, it's how the material can break down, the parts can break down without damaging the earth, right? And so that's a way of teaching the children values, to be respectful of Mother Earth and not to damage it with these substances. With bottles, don't just throw bottles away, don't just throw garbage away, but package them, separate them and package them properly. And we can reuse them to do arts and other things. And this is a way of forming bonds among children and their and the parents or caregivers, teachers, So, as I said, there are several ways to do this. It takes a village to raise a child, and that adage is still true. What we find coming over to the constabulary on a daily basis is children who have who exhibit malbehaviors, and these are coming out in schools. These are coming out in schools. You have all kinds of challenges these days. The last one I heard of just yesterday is, sadly to say, is an ensure challenge. Oh boy. And that in and of itself is not fit for airplay, but parents, we need to know what is happening at school with our children. The other day we entered the school, we were called there by the dean. This child had earring in his ear. We asked, what's up with the earring? And he said his mother told him to wear it to school. We didn't believe, because why would any well-thinking mother give a boy an earring to wear to school? When we called the mother said, so what's wrong with it, miss? So we were really shocked. The boy wasn't wrong. We were shocked with the parents' response to that type of behavior. And so we had to schedule a meeting with the child, with the teacher, with the parent, because that type of antisocial behavior doesn't fly, doesn't augurs well for that school, for no school at all, right? Unless you're an adult going to an tertiary institution. We have situations where children are going to school with knives to carry out ill intent, right? We are called into schools for various reasons. And all of this social decay, moral decay, is as a consequence of the breakdown in society. Breakdown, moral degradation of social norms and values in society. And it starts from the home, and it seeps out in the school, and it comes in the society, and it results in people forming gangs, malpractices, going into gangs, going into other areas of crime and violence, and ultimately into the hands of the law enforcers, who are left to take action because their action is not in keeping with the Queen's peace. And so, as law enforcers, we have to take actions. Parents, guardians, It still takes a village to raise a child. Find your village, make your village, own your village. Why community matters? Because healthy parents lead to healthy family. And we're not talking about only physical health. Emotional health is critical. Mental health is more so critical. And so what you give, what you put in is what you get out, right? When I was going to school, my math teacher would say, Miss Greaves, garbage in, garbage out, GIGO. And this goes for the math formulas that we are supposed to learn. And if you couldn't get the formula right, you would say you're doing something wrong. Garbage in, garbage out, get the formula right. And once you keep working the formula, the result will be what you expected, a positive result. And so if we as parents want positive result, we have to put in the work. We have to put in the work, but we can't do it alone. We are to ensure that we have support systems, healthy support systems, because you can have support systems that really breaks the child, because you find that other things will be creeping into that relationship where the child will be molested, right? So you have to be vigilant. Whatever you do as parents, be vigilant, right? Call for support. You have the extended family setting where cousins can give a hand, grandparents can give a hand, aunts, uncles, yes, they can give a hand. Call on them to have your support. Get strengths from each other, and that works. It would give us positive impact, right? Build your community. You can start with family and friends, and I explained how that is done. A simple thing as even friends at school, you drop your child off to school, maybe too early one morning, you can ask a parent, another child's parent from your child's classroom, just give an eye until the bell rings. And so you start to create your community, your group. The benefits of it, extraordinary. It's tremendous. It eliminates burnout. You have somebody else's back, or somebody else has your back, right? And it shares the work. And so we must appreciate how we go by getting back what we had, a village to raise a child. Okay, so any questions for me?
Okay, so participants, it's your time now to post your questions in the chat. I have some comments here for you, Inspector Graves. So we would have had support that yes, a lack of social interaction in the family is causing a breakdown in society, as said by Millicent Johnson. Alison Arrett says informative information. You would have touched on some of the games that we engage in growing up, and these would have built and strengthened the relationships. We had communities coming together. I remember when I was younger, we had so many different neighbors, not just the persons who are immediately beside you, but we had persons interacting, persons you would have gone to school with, and you have on the weekends they are there. Everyone is engaged in the activity. You have parents sitting out, and it is just tremendous, as you would have mentioned, because the relationship is being developed and the child knows how to interact and socialize, what is proper manners, right?
Yeah.
I remember if you would curse a bad word in public and an adult sees you, you know you're in trouble.
Exactly.
Because that goes back to mommy, right? It goes back to daddy. And then, no, we know better. This isn't how mommy and daddy raise you. But now we realize that persons are fearful to interact with other person's children, and they see them on the road when something isn't going good. So the child may be in danger, but then they're afraid to approach that child. Why do you think that is the case?
Oh, okay. So the community type of child rearing has eroded. It has disappeared. And what you find now is crime and violence replace it. And back in the day, as you alluded to, people would know family, the kinship. So you have the Jones them over there, so you have the McGregor them over there, so, and you have, you know, the blacks over there. And so the grandma in the community knows these family. And if a child is out of place and grandma see her, you know, say, a Jones boy that, better tell me sir Jones are, you know, and if grandma spank you, you wouldn't dare go tell Mr. Jones that grandma spank you, because you'd get another beating on top of that. That has gone, and what is replaced is hostility. No talk bad about me pitney. A jealous off of me pitney. A bad mind your bad mind off of me pitney. And so the individual lifestyle creep in, right? What we find is children having children. So the value system has gone. It has eroded. And these young people don't necessarily value what grandma left behind. And so you find that these behavior goes straight into school. So children having children don't know anything about values, didn't even value the value that was left behind. Teacher spank your child, right? You're going to school to color up teacher. It's like a match. How dare you lick for me pitney, me send me pitney if you learn, as if discipline is not a part. Look, there's a difference between abuse and spanking a child. The excessiveness. So I don't agree with teachers going overboard and hitting your child, but to spank the child, to correct with a slap, fine. But these children, the line is so brittle that not even that you can do. Teachers even fear talking too loudly to these children because it's a box that from these parents, right? And so the moral decay, we have been losing it, and now it's gone. Social degradation, it is, look, we have to bring it back one step at a time. We have to get back there. What we have now is not even a remnant of what we had. It's gone, and we can, one school at a time, one household at a time. Because if we don't, believe you me, these things come back to haunt us as police officers, straight back. And then now we have to take action because your action was not appropriate.
Definitely. And we do all agree that it takes a village to raise a child. Okay, I have a question here from Devon. He says that discipline is important, and I think that it has been eroded from our society. How do parents now effectively discipline their child in this day and age when there are so many outside influences?
Okay, so as I said, do not be abusive. There's a difference between abuse and guiding behavior. What you want is to change a behavior. A behavioral change takes time because that child would if you believe in nurture versus nature, that child would have developed that behavior over a period of time. And so what parents should have been doing is nipping it in the bud. So the child throws a tantrum. They say the timeout, or there must be some ways, because my child is so accustomed to timeout that when he was at that stage, he just threw a tantrum and go in the naughty corner. So I realized, oh, is you set the trend for naughty corner. So you go in and you come out back like a rehab. When you check in yourself in the rehab, you can check out yourself. You don't have to be discharged. So that's the generalship. You go in, and so it allows you the flexibility to come out on your own. So I stop the naughty corner. And so I start withholding things that he likes. So he may like egg, he may like pancake, right? So like a week, no pancake, bread. So what does that tell you? I didn't stop him. I didn't stop from giving him a meal. I didn't abuse his right for food, because that's a right. He has a right to be fed. I didn't abuse that. Is the type of food that I used to try to change the behavior. So you like pancake? No pancake, bread. Pancake and bread has the same ingredients. They are carbohydrates, they are starch. And so the body is not starved of starch. He'll get it. but in a different form. So each child is different. You have to know your child. You have to study your child. Remember, it's a relationship. And this child it comes in the world without a manual, without anything. You have to guide behavior. So take the time out to know your child's likes and dislikes and use them against the child. Don't be abusive. Don't beat, because then remember, the corporal punishment has ended and the abuse will come right back to us and we'll have to take action. So don't be abusive. Try to study your child, know your child, develop a relationship with your child, and do's and don'ts. You can talk to them, these are the do's, and let them help you set the rules. You see, when them help you set the rules, whenever it's punishment time, remember, as you set the rules, so this is yours, and then they'll have this buy-in into all the what type of punishment they'll get. And trust me, some of them, when them put down the rules, you are shocked to see what type of punishment they are saying that they should get for whatever. So that's it. Study your child, know what goes, what don't, and use that against the child. But don't prevent the child from getting his or her rights. Don't starve them, because that is an offense in and of itself.
Thank you. I love that one. So you set the rules together and they know what to expect. And I love the introduction of the consequence. All right. Another question here from Millicent Johnson. She says, what can the school and church do to help bridge the gap of social unrest amongst our children?
Social unrest. That's strong words. That's really strong. School and the church. But remember, it starts at home, right? So you can't just have your child and leave it up to the school and the church. The discipline starts at home. The Bible speaks to us as parents. We are custodians. The first day I saw that sentence in the Bible, I said, oh my God, so the child doesn't belong to me? No, we are custodians of children. God gave us them to keep. Custodians, we keep them, right? So we're supposed to train the child in the way they should go, and when they are old, they'll never depart. They'll always remember, even when you're dead. This is what my mother teach me, and it's like a guilt trip on them. They're gonna do what my mother said. My mother said to walk away from trouble when I can, just like Kenny Rogers said. And so you're lucky, I'm gonna honor my mother word. Yeah, big man thing, and they walk away, right? So the discipline start from the home. Do not let it get away. The other day we were going through this community, an inner city community in St. Andrew, and I saw the mother with a 15-year-old boy. Go drink the porridge. Go drink the porridge. And the child said, but I don't want no porridge right now. Well, I don't know if boy, me would thump it. So we have to go in and we say, no. What you are doing, you're arguing with the child. You're not giving clear instructions. You cannot argue with it like he's your boyfriend. So he doesn't want porridge. The sun hot and man porridge. He don't want it. So ask him. Reason with him. Negotiate. John Brown, me not have no money. Me not have no money. The only thing I can provide is porridge. Porridge is a healthy diet. But if you don't want no porridge, me don't know where I go eat, because me don't have it. Right? Me have one pot of porridge. The last money me have, I use. I say, if you take that approach, the child may just very well go drink the porridge, because you appeal to his consciousness. Is the only money me have, and me boil the porridge. Me could have go gamble the money, and have no porridge. But the porridge is a balanced diet. And so, because of love for you and the care that I have in my heart, I cook the porridge. So we can drink it morning, noon, and night, and nobody don't know. Say a porridge we're drinking. Nobody don't know. So, is how you approach the situation, is what you say. And she promised the picnic box and kick, and me sure. Me say, look here, you see if the box and kick in front of we, me no say in the box and kick you back, because you would have shamed him. You're shaming me, you diss him. So the ghetto people and say, I diss him, because at 15 years old, the perception is that they're a man. And you got diss him in front of a group of police officers, or you think that business police leader, or even a group of people. him not kick you back, and then now we'd have to come in and the whole shebang. So in order to prevent that, you negotiate. It's not it doesn't make you lose the power over the child. It makes you create a bond. And that's what you want, a bond with the child. So we have to know, fix it in the home. When it reaches school and church, it will be easier for those other people in authority, those other agencies, social agencies. They will maintain it. It's all about a maintenance. And the church is for wholesome development. It gives you that Christian guiding principles. And the school now is for education. So he'll sit still. He'll not be running up and down and lick people with book leaf and whatever. Sit still and learn education. And so when you create like that balance in the home and allow other entities to come in and put in for them part, for them mixer. Remember, this is like a system theory. It's systems that we have in the society. The family is one, the school is another, the church is another. And each part of this system plays a different role. So a system is like your entire body. Without me having a tongue right now, I couldn't communicate with you. That's another part. It's for a particular reason, right? My eyes read the thing that I prepared, right? And so each part of my body execute a different function, and that is in itself a whole. So every part helps me to execute functions and to enhance life and to empower people. And so you, the family, you, the parents have your role. When you send him to church, the pastor, the people in there, another support system, another village, they have their role, and the school have their role. Each entity has a different role to play in the upbringing of the child. So do not negate your role as a parents, as a family.
Definitely. And O.T.S. Roberts he would have made mention that back in the days we had parents who went to church, but nowadays our parents are more involved in parties and dance hall. Yeah. So his question is, what if a child say they don't want to go to church? They go to the dance. When they come to school, they are sleepy. And well, when they come to school, they're sleepy when teaching the lesson. How do you handle something like that?
You let it go from the home. Remember, social learning. Social learning. Children live what they learn. So do not send a child to church. You take a child to church. You understand? It's not about sending. You send a child to school because you can't be in that class. So you send him to learn at school. Somebody takes over at school. The teachers are in charge there, not you. So you take the child to church. You sit because it's about social learning. You're training them. It's a training ground now, training day, like Denzel Washington, training day. It's just a good part of it. You're trying to exhibit positive, good vibration. Like Bob Marley said, Rastaman vibration, positive. That's what you want to give to your child, and for him to emulate that good behavior. So don't send him to church because they know that you're gonna dance hall, and so that will be more appealing. They want to know. They're curious. They want to know how the dance go, right? And then you come home and you rock. Them I go sit down and watch too. Is what them look on them, see, and them act out, role playing. So you want them to role play something positive. You show that action. Don't talk. Children don't listen to talk. Children walk the walk with you. So you need to walk the walk. It's hard because being a parent, all of your lifestyle change, everything about you change. The sacrifices you'd have to make. So you love dance, you love music. Do you want to bring up another child like that? Maybe not. And so you have to change your lifestyle to facilitate social learning because it's what them see they are going to absorb.
Yes, indeed. They're little sponges, and even when we think that they're not seeing or hearing, they are. And Renee would have concurred that we have to start at the grassroots. And this is the home before we want to see change in the schools and in the church and in the community, we have to live the life that we expect from our children or expect for our children. All right, so we have Shamon would have said that she saw where a parent actually attacked a child in public and the son did retaliate. So it's the public display. And we know that sometimes what happens in the home and sometimes when you want to correct a behavior publicly, it may actually go against us. All right, so those are all the questions I'm seeing at this time, but your presentation was beautifully done. These are the comments coming in, very interactive and informative. And it is a very sensitive topic. When we look at what is happening in society today, we know that it's not something that is going to transform now. It takes practice, it's a process, and over time, we have to be the change that we want to see. So Inspector Greaves, I want to thank you so much for sharing with us in this afternoon's workshop. It was lovely. Thank you for your time. I know you were having a little challenges before, and I just want to thank you so much for making effort to be here with us today. Any last words for our participants before you leave?
Okay, so I need for us going forward, this is my wish for all of us as parents, practice what you want your children to be. Practice what you want your children to be. It's not too late. It takes a village. So if you're living a tenement yard, an apartment complex with extended family members, and if somebody sees something out of line and say something which may be against your wish, do not reprimand in front of the child. Don't. So you may want to say it when the child is not there, especially if one of the parents do something that the other one doesn't like. Don't reprimand in front of the other parent. So we choose our battles. So we find a way, a time when you and that person, that parent, is together, and we say, well, never really like it like that, next time no go so hard, take your time, whatever, or don't hit the child like that again. Or what is it that you want to change? The child is acting out and you're administering sanction. Is the behavior you want to change, is the behavior. So hitting the child won't change the behavior. You're not angry at the child, you want to change the behavior. So we have to know how to approach the child, call the child, what you did was inappropriate. Break down inappropriate to them. It was wrong. It's not socially acceptable. And someone want you to grow. So next time do so and so and so. Do it so and so and so, And if you put too much salt in the dumpling, not lick him with a big spoon. Just tell him how to gauge the liquor. All right, matter of fact, since your hand can gauge the salt, just put the salt in the water then. And you kind of mix it like you mix sugar and water. And so you can knead the dumpling with the salt water instead of throw the salt and throw too much. And then the dumpling and the flour and the salt is the same color, and you can't take out the salt. So just mix the salt in the water and taste it. And that will indicate whether it's too salty or too fresh. And then you mix the dumpling. We have to know how to guide them. If your child is simple, go down to their level. If your child is complex, go up to the child's level. Each child is different, regardless of where the child is from. They come with different IQ, right? And so we have to parent to match it. Learn to parent and match it. Please guide your children, search their bags when they're going to school. Please tell them to come home on time. Don't loiter at the bus stop. It brings problem and trouble not set like rain. Search their bags, help them to do their homework, ensure that they do their homework, because this is a way of reinforcing what they have learned the day before, and that will help them to pass their CSEC and then PEP. Reinforcement, after school work, homework is one of them, right? And for those who are very active, let them go out and play, but monitor the playing, monitor who they play with. Don't let your child do any sleepover. I am not into sleepovers. I've heard so many horror things from sleepovers, and children get raped through sleepovers, right? So ensure that your child comes home, play, depends on the child, at the age of the child. Start leg of the rain, but still hold it. Allow them to go and play. Interaction is good, right? But not too much of it. And just ensure that you monitor your child wherever the child is and prevent antisocial behavior. And, wrap with your child, build a positive bond with your child, with the community. And so remember, it takes a village to raise a child. Create your community and work with it.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Inspector Graves. And our participants, whether you're a parent or a practitioner or just on the line as a guest, it is now your responsibility to be the change that you want to see. So you hold yourself accountable and those around you accountable by living the life that we expect to see from our own community members. And your community is not just the space in which you live, but the space in which you work and those that you engage on a daily basis. So thank you all so much for being a part of this workshop. And at this time, we are going to take a break and we will return with our final workshop for the day on the topic, the homeschool team, and emphasis on parent involvement. So thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Gideon. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1,000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth, and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
And we are back. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation for this afternoon is part 2 of the homeschool team, an emphasis on parent involvement. Now, yesterday, we had with us Mrs. Keisha Taylor Glanville, and she engaged us on this topic, and she would have looked at ways in which parents, being the first teachers, help the child to transition in the learning environment. She also would have highlighted how parents can support school activities and events to the beneficial of their children. Now, let me remind you a little bit about who Mrs. Glanville is. Keisha Glanville is an experienced NYS licensed master social worker with a demonstrated history of working in nonprofit organizational management. She is skilled in case management, addictions counseling, care coordination services, negotiations, advocacy, individual and group counseling, as well as crisis intervention management. Mrs. Taylor has vast experience working in the field of education, where she served in capacities of literature specialist, English language literature teacher, head of English language literature department, as well as grade supervisor at a prominent high school in Kingston. She holds a diploma in education with honors from the Money College. She also has a Bachelor's of Arts first degree in language and communication and society from the University of the West Indies, and a master's in the field of social work with a concentration in substance abuse and mental health from the Adelphi University. Her experience in the field of social work includes work in areas of domestic violence, substance use, and mental health. Currently, Mrs. Taylor is a program director of one of New York City's largest nonprofit agencies, where she manages 6 residential programs that provide housing to individuals diagnosed with serious mental illness. She is committed to using her platform to advocate for the ostracized, stereotyped, marginalized, and oppressed. She is passionate about the field of education and believes it is the vehicle that transforms lives, creates opportunities, and bridges gaps. Now, She is a firm believer in Marcus Garvey's never forget that intelligence rules the world and ignorance carries the burden. And she also takes the liking of Nelson Mandela's education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. A little description about this workshop again is that schools alone cannot address all the issues of the child developmental needs. Children learn best when parents, teachers, and other family and community members work together to encourage and support them. At this time, we will now go further into the topic, the homeschool team. Over to you, Mrs. Ganja.
Good afternoon, folks. So for those of you who joined me yesterday, you would have heard a little bit about me, and Miss Francis actually reiterated who I am and my current platform. As I stated yesterday, it is an absolute pleasure to be sharing on this platform. And I will also reiterate that although I'm not currently actively practicing in the classroom throughout this presentation, you will definitely hear me reference myself as an educator, as a teacher, because I do believe that once a teacher, always a teacher, it never leaves you. So I'm very passionate. As she stated, I place a lot of value on education because I do believe that it breaks down barriers and it creates opportunities. It levels the playing field and it does open doors that folks thought that they would have never had the opportunity to enter. It gives access to worlds and opportunities that were reserved for only a certain populace. So with that said, I get whatever chance I get to promote the importance of education, I do so. So without further ado, let us jump into today's topic. I did basically decide that I'm going to reiterate the same thing that we spoke about yesterday because there were some questions, there were some concerns. So we're going to basically look at the presentation that was done yesterday. So with that said, I'm going to be sharing my screen. And as usual, I'm going to be asking Ms. Francis to confirm that she is seeing the screen.
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much. Go to the slideshow. So I'm going to ask the question. I'm hoping that I do have some new viewers. What exactly is the homeschool team? And I need folks to probably take a few seconds to decide when they hear the phrase, the homeschool team, and emphasis on parental involvement, what comes to mind. So for me, the homeschool team is the coming together of the home and the school. It is the unification of those two settings towards a common goal, which is the accomplishment of educating, enhancing, and developing our children. The homeschool team refers to families and schools developing relationships as collaborative partners. It's a joint entity with folks working together for what we can call the common good, because educating our nation's children is the absolute common good. I strongly believe, as I said before, that the equal involvement of all stakeholders in building our education system is extremely vital. We all play an integral role in educating our nation's children. Yes, the roles, the contributions, and the assignments may look different, but please understand that they're equally valuable. They're equally important. What we can say is that in essence, the school needs the home and the home also definitely needs the school. I consider each to be each other's lifeline. And as we all know, if a lifeline is taken away, then that results in death. Now, let us think about what words or what phrases come to mind when you hear the phrase the home school team. I am going to share what words come to my mind or what phrases come to mind when I hear that phrase. So I'm just going to ask folks to take a minute or take a few seconds and just jot down a word that comes to mind. And then we will see if there is any similarity between what I'm going to be talking about and what you have written down. So when I hear the phrase homeschool team, some of the words that come to mind, or some words and phrases that come to mind, are effective communication, collaboration, mutual respect, interdependence, fusion, and working towards common goals and objectives. Now let's examine what each of these words mean in the context of the home school. When we talk about communication, we're talking about effective communication. We know that communication is a key element in any relationship, and not just communication, but clear communication. When we're talking about communication, we're talking about the sender of the message that is being communicated. It's the message that is being received. It's how that message is processed. It's the feedback that is received after the message. And of course, the channel that it opens for further following up and for building further relationships. It also has to do with the method that is being utilized to transmit that information, the nonverbal cues that accompany the written message. And when I say nonverbal cues, we're talking about the body language, we're talking about the stance, we're talking about the tone, we're talking about what is projected from the person when that message is being sent. The next thing that we're going to be looking at is collaboration. What does that mean in the context of the homeschool team? It means working together. It means the bringing together or the amalgamation of ideas. It means taking equal responsibility for the outcome of whatever is worked on together, whether it be positive outcome or whether there is room for growth. It is important that each person or each party takes equal responsibility for that outcome. It is also about mutual respect. And mutual respect means treating each other with dignity, treating each other how you would want to be treated. It means treating each other in a thoughtful and courteous way. Then interdependence, and that is the dependence of the school on the home and the home on the school. Each setting is the other's scaffold. It's building up each other. And then fusion, what do we mean? Fusion, it's the result of joining both the school and the home together so that it forms a single entity. I mean, apart, for each setting may be strong, but together they will definitely be stronger. So when something is fused together, they become one. And in most cases, there is a level of strength that comes from that amalgamation. And of course, working together towards common goals and objectives. Schools and families have essential roles to play in promoting children's positive development and academic performance. Research has shown that children whose parents are more of attendance, homework completion, and school completion, as well as elevated grades and test scores. Family involvement also facilitates children's cognitive, social, and emotional functioning, and has been linked to increased self-esteem, improved behavior, and more positive attitudes towards school. Now, let us move to this cliche question. Is home really the first school? We have been hearing that I've been hearing that since, as they would say, Wapikil fill up all the way back. Some folks will say yes, some folks will say no, some parents will say, listen, I'm not a teacher, it's a teacher's responsibility to teach my child. But aren't you the first teacher for your child? And the answer is yes. Home is where children learn the basic mannerisms. That's where they learn how to problem solve. That's where they learn how to deal with conflict. And that's where they learn structure. That's where their morality develops. That's where they learn right versus wrong and how to treat each other. And where do they learn that from? The actions that are perpetrated in the homes. That is what influence the type of child that is sent to school, and that is what influence the adult that child will become. Children begin learning at home long before they ever reach the classroom. So undoubtedly, parents do play a critical role in supporting early childhood learning and school readiness. Are parents really the first teachers? I did answer that question prior, so of course, that is also a resounding yes. Parents serve as the first teachers of their kids during the early years. The responsibility of teaching also doesn't end when the child starts school. Most parents would say it's Miss Responsibility. I've seen videos on social media where parents are saying, go and go ask your teacher. But what parents need to understand is that your role as a teacher never actually ends. Children are taught by their parents advertently and inadvertently, which means deliberately and unintentionally. Now, as I previously mentioned, there are times when adults may be in conversations and they may use a word or they may react to a certain situation in a particular way that they did not intend their child to see. The child sees it, and then a couple of days, they may duplicate that action or they may repeat that word. Did you really want them to learn that word? Absolutely not. So that's what I mean when I say children are taught by their parents inadvertently or unintentionally. Kids in their formative years learn by watching and mimicking. They're also highly sensitized to the responses that they get from adults when they may act a certain way. So if a child performs a certain action that may be deemed inappropriate and a parent laughs, what that is doing is basically encouraging that child to do it again because, okay, that was a favorable response that I received from the adult in my life about an action that is inappropriate. So what's going to happen is that will continue. That action will continue. So that when I say that they're highly sensitized to the responses elicited by their actions, that's what I mean. They also watch adults do and then they do it. Whatever is said, they mimic the spoken language. They're like perfect little copycats. So even when mommy and daddy may think they're not learning, kids are actually learning. And their behaviors sometimes are demonstrated at the most inopportune times. So I know many folks sometimes may be out in public and they see a child react a certain way, which embarrasses the parents. And in that moment, what happens is that big boof. right? They discipline them right there in public, causing embarrassment, and then that leads to a whole other issue. So it is very, very important that we understand that the home is the first school and that parents are really the first teachers. So we have to be extremely, extremely mindful of how we present ourselves in our homes to our children, what we say, what we do, what we watch, what we engage in, because these little copycats will definitely demonstrate what they have learned. Home and school are intertwined. What does this mean? The school and the home are intertwined whether or not we want to believe it. Home and school, they are more intertwined than we may want to accept. And that's why it's crucial that the home and the school form partnerships and work together. When a child understands that mommy and daddy and my teachers are in collaboration and they're on the same page and they're speaking, what's going to happen is that they're going to be more inclined to take their education seriously. They're going to be more open and more amenable to conduct themselves appropriately. And they're going to be more receptive to following rules and being transparent with both teachers and parents. On the other hand, if there isn't collaboration between school and home, children will be led to believe that they're playing both sides of the fences. They will know that there's no communication taking place between these two very important set of adults in my life. And as a result, I'm going to use my little brain and I'm going to manipulate the situation. So I'm going to tell mommy anything I feel like telling mommy because mommy is not going to follow up with the school to verify what I'm saying. And I'm going to tell miss that mommy is not doing this and mommy is not helping me with my homework because I know that miss is not going to be following up with mommy to verify this information. So when this happens, children will definitely play the field. But when they hear the same message, if they hear the same messages from teachers and parents, what they will come to learn and understand is that they are expected to uphold the same standards at home and at school. What research has told us is that a positive parent-teacher relationship creates a level of trust in children and promotes a feeling of safety. Why is it important for school and home to come together? And as I just mentioned, it does create a level of trust. But according to Mark Rosenthal, children also learn best when the significant adult in their lives, which are parents, teachers, other family and community members, work together to encourage and to support them. So we are going to move forward with watching a brief video. And while watching that video, I need you to focus on the collaboration that is taking place and state one thing that stands out to you in the video. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Okay, so Mrs. Glanville, I heard the introductory music, however, I am not hearing the conversation just now. Mrs. Glanville? Sound. Are you hearing me? Mrs. Glanville? You're still not here.
Are you hearing me?
So there is no sound on the video. So the introduction, there was sound, but when the conversation started, there is no sound.
All right, let me try again. Are you hearing?
Yes, so I hear this part clearly, but let me see if it plays with the conversation.
Thank you for coming to Kelly's conference.
Yes, perfect.
We appreciate it.
Okay, sorry about that.
Of course, I wouldn't miss it. I always want to hear how Kelly's doing in her classes.
We have lost audio again.
She comes to class prepared and ready to learn every single day.
Are you hearing now?
When teaching, she
Yes,
pays
I
attention
am.
and takes
Okay, I think when I
detailed
mute
notes.
myself, that's what happens.
Oh,
She's
right.
always on task and responsible. I know I can depend on Kelly. That's great. How's she getting along with her classmates? Is she social? She's always been pretty shy. So I worry that she might have trouble making friends. I have noticed she is a bit shy, but she has had no trouble making friends. Her classmates often ask her for help with classwork, and she's always willing to help them. I see her at lunch with a small group of friends, and they seem to be laughing and getting along. It looks to me like she is doing well socially. And what about her grades? Is she doing well on her tasks and quizzes? She does an outstanding job on her schoolwork. I can tell she is working hard and studying. She often gets perfect scores on her quizzes and tests. She's a very smart girl. Her current grade in this class is 99%. Wow, good for her. Yes, Yes, I've been very impressed with her. Well, I appreciate all of the positive feedback. I can't wait to go home and tell Kelly how proud I am of all her hard work. Yes, she deserves it. And whatever you're doing as a parent, keep it up. You're doing a great job. It's so nice of you to say. I try to help Kelly whenever I can, but really, she has always been driven to succeed. I give her all of the credit. Thanks again for stopping by. Thank you for teaching Kelly and her classmates. I know she really enjoys your class. Have a great evening. Thanks, you too.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I really wanted to speak with you about Owen's behavior in class and his grades.
Thank you for reaching out to schedule this meeting. I've been meaning to contact you as well. I was definitely not pleased when I saw Owen's last report card.
Yes, I think he's capable of doing so much better in my class.
I agree. Does he pay attention when he is in class?
Well, actually, this is one of the biggest reasons I wanted to speak with you. Owen's classroom behavior has really been a problem. He doesn't pay attention when I'm teaching, and he often tries to distract his classmates. I try to separate him from his friends, but then he just yells across the room at them. I ask him to stop yelling, and this usually gets him to calm down for a few minutes. He becomes a little more focused and less talkative.
That's good, I guess, but I wish you would just behave in the first place.
Yes, I agree. I was thinking he might respond well to a reward, like 15 extra minutes of recess on Fridays for the entire class for good behavior. I think he might be motivated by this. What do you think?
I think that's a great idea. He loves recess.
Perfect. But we need another plan to help his grades.
Yes, he needs to pass this class if he wants to play on the basketball team.
Well, that should help motivate him. Also, I offer extra help to students who fall behind in the morning before school. I think Owen would really benefit if he came in for help.
New York State has legalized cannabis, and to help understand what that means, we are starting the cannabis conversation.
That would be amazing. Thank you so much. I think that would really help him.
Can you get him to school early on Mondays and Thursdays at 8:15?
That's not a problem at all. I'll just drop him off on my way to work.
Perfect. I think he can really improve if he just puts in a little more effort and focuses more in class.
Agreed. I'll talk to him about the new plan tonight. He might not be excited about getting to school early, but if he wants to be able to play basketball, he has to get his grades up.
That's true.
Well, I appreciate everything you're doing to help Owen improve.
It's my pleasure. I want him to succeed, and I know he can do better.
Me too. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in to chat today.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Hi, this is Mrs. Brown, Lindsay's mom. Is this a good time to chat?
Sure. How can I help you?
Well, Lindsay appears to be very sad at home lately. She has no interest in school anymore, and I feel like she isn't making any progress in her classes. This isn't normal for her. She is usually a happy kid who has always enjoyed school, but not anymore.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was wondering if you have noticed any behavior changes in school, or any sudden changes in her schoolwork?
Yes, I noticed she had a tough time on her past few tests. She also seems a bit more reserved lately in class.
Yes, she is acting more reserved at home as well. She used to be more talkative and outgoing, but now she rarely talks to us, and she spends most of her time in her room. She won't say much, but she hints that she is getting bullied by a classmate. She mentioned that a girl named Kimberly has been making fun of her. Do you ever see Kimberly talking to her in class?
She does sit near Kimberly in class. I haven't noticed them talking at all.
Apparently, Kimberly has been calling Lindsay names and making mean comments about the way Lindsay looks.
I am so sorry to hear this.
Lindsay has been miserable lately, and I think it's because of this bullying. I was wondering if there was any way you could help me make things better for Lindsay.
Of course. I'll talk to Kimberly and see if I can get her to stop this rude behavior. It's completely unacceptable.
Thank you. And can you tell me if Lindsay has other friends to talk to in class?
She does. She hangs out with a nice girl named Michelle.
Could you change her seat so she sits next to Michelle?
Sure, I think that would be helpful.
Is there anything else you think would help?
I can talk to Lindsay if you'd like. I can let her know that this is wrong and I'm here to help her.
I think Lindsay would appreciate that. Thank you. I was so confused about how to help, but I think I feel better now. Please keep me posted if you notice anything else going on with Lindsay in class.
Of course. I will let you know if I see anything out of the ordinary. And keep me informed as well. If there is more that I can do, I'll be glad to help.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm sure Lindsay will appreciate all of the support too. Thanks for watching, and be sure to subscribe.
Let me share back my screen. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. So let us talk briefly about the video. I'd asked folks to write at least one thing that basically stood out to them when they watched the video. And I'm hoping that the same thing jumped out at us both. For me, what I saw was that the video shows the importance of collaboration with parents and with teachers. We saw that there was very respectful communication taking place. Both teachers and parents in all the scenarios were very courteous to each other. There was no evidence of blaming, even when they spoke the scenario that has to do with Lindsay being bullied. And of course, as parents, when our children are placed in uncomfortable situations, or we feel as though our children are being hurt or are being attacked in any way, our instinct is to react, to become defensive, to become angry, to lash out, especially if we know that adults are aware of the situations, or adults are present when the situation was taking place. But in this situation, what she did, she came from a place of trying to acquire more information. asking the teacher, did you observe anything? This is what I have observed. What have you observed? And then they both came together to formulate a plan as to how they're going to move forward. Folks were very calm and even-tempered in the conversation. That is not always that doesn't always happen, especially in difficult situations like those where there's a fight or bullying or anything like that. The conversations can become a bit fiery. So what we saw here is the reinforcement of the importance of being calm and even-tempered, even in the midst of very difficult situations. There was also the highlight of the conversation was always the children. The children was always the main objective, the main focus, and what to do to help the children. Additionally, what I saw was that the parents and teachers, they were on the same page, and specific reference to the scenario with Owen, the child that was misbehaving in class, and the teacher and the father actually came together to formulate a plan how they're going to move forward with this situation. It wasn't the teacher's entire idea, or it wasn't just the father who say, okay, I'm going to take the rein on this and you follow my instructions, or vice versa. It was a collaborative effort that both parties decide that they are going to move forward with. And when folks collaborate, when folks communicate, and when folks are equally involved in the development of plans, then they are really equally invested. So they are going to ensure that the plan succeeds. I also saw where there was acknowledgement of each other's expertise and contribution. In the first scenario with, I think it was Kelly, the first scenario with Kelly, we saw where the teacher, basically what she did was she acknowledged the work that the mother may have been putting in at home to ensure that Kelly is such a diligent student. And what we also saw was the mother acknowledging and thanking the teacher for teaching Kelly and her classmates. So what we saw was that there was acknowledgement of each other's expertise and contribution to the plan and to the development of the child. So in essence, what I saw was a joint effort. Now, homeschool collaboration has many values, and all the involved parties, all the stakeholders definitely benefit from homeschool collaboration. So what we will see, the benefits for children or the value for children is more positive attitudes towards school. We will see improved behavior, increased homework completion, greater participation in school activities, improved school attendance, and all the above named factors are going to lead to higher academic achievement. And let me just reiterate that all these things will happen only if there is collaboration taking place between home and school. When children know, as was mentioned before, that the most important adults in their lives are on the same page and have their best interests at heart, they are inclined to do well. They are inclined to do better. So you're going to see children having more positive attitude towards school because, of course, parents are promoting that positivity in the home. Behaviors are going to improve because, of course, we want to make sure that, one, we're not embarrassing our parents, as the kids are not embarrassing their parents. And two, we know that children know that if they misbehave and that information is communicated to the parents, then there are going to be repercussions. So of course, there is going to be improved behavior. Increased homework completion, because parents are now involved. So they're saying, okay, did you get any homework? And they want their child to succeed. So of course, they're going to assist with homework completion if they have the capabilities to do so. Now, what about the value for parents? We're going to see enhanced parental confidence. When parents are involved, when parents are made to feel as though their voice is heard and that their input and what they have to offer really matters, and it is taken into consideration and it is implemented, then of course there's going to be enhanced parental confidence. When parents feel that, okay, what I say to my child's teacher matters, and I am a part of this plan, then they will be more confident in their interaction with the teacher, sorry. More positive experiences with teachers and schools. That is self-explanatory, all right? If a parent is involved and it is from a positive standpoint, and they are all on the same page with the teacher, then of course the experiences are going to be positive when they go to the school, when they're interacting with the teachers or any events that taking place at school, the school, sorry. There it's going to be, the experiences are going to be positive. Improved communication with children, because when we know what is going on with our children and we're getting that information from the teachers, then that opens the channel to conversations and to have discussions about what is happening and how to help and how to move forward and what can be done. So there will be improved communication with the children. Increased confidence in their role of supporting homework completion, because then again, they're following up with the school and the teachers sometimes. I mean, what we can all admit to is that there are times when parents just do not have the capabilities to assist with some form or with some types of homework. But if a parent follows up with the teacher to say, Miss, you know what, my child got a homework, I don't know what to do, can you help me or can you provide me with some guidance? Then of course, when that guidance is provided, that guidance will be transitioned over to helping the child. So there will be increased confidence in their role of supporting homework completion. And as it relates to value for teachers or for the school, increased job satisfaction. And I mentioned yesterday that as a classroom teacher at one point, there were times I felt as though I was not getting the support that was needed. Teachers sometimes feel as though that they are the sacrificial lamb. They are just out there on their own. They don't have any life support whatsoever. They feel as though they are being attacked from all different angles. And there are days that teachers just do not want to show up because they do not feel valued and they do not want to do the job. But if there is collaboration between home and school, and teachers feel as though, listen, I'm not doing this by myself and I am getting the support that is needed. And if I discipline a child or if I do this, I'm not going to be attacked, verbally abused, cussed out by a parent, then of course, they're definitely going to feel better going to their jobs and there will be increased job satisfaction. Increased communication and positive relationships with families, that also speaks for itself, where if parents and teachers actually collaborate on an ongoing basis, relationships are going to be formed. And the communication is definitely going to be improved. And increased confidence in management of behavioral and learning challenges. Just like what we saw in the video with Owen, whenever there are behavioral issues, I mean, we cannot, as educators, we definitely cannot avoid behavioral issues. We have children coming from different backgrounds, different homes with different morals, with different beliefs and practices. and they're going to be behavioral issues. However, if there's collaboration between home and school, where parents accept that, okay, this is what is happening, and Miss is not telling lies on my child, but this is exactly what is happening, and then come together and say, okay, when this happens, this is the steps that are going to be taken to address this issue. The teachers will end up feeling more confident when they are dealing with behavioral challenges. The same thing with learning challenges. If there's a child who has a learning difficulty, of course, if the parent and the teachers are on the same page, and the parent says, okay, miss, we're going to take this approach, or the teacher says, okay, let's explore this approach, and the parent is on board, then it will be easier for the goal to be accomplished. Now, let us talk about how to develop positive home-school partnerships. Now, it is important to understand that developing effective partnerships across homes and schools first requires an understanding. So be understanding and believe that parents and teachers are doing the very best they can within the constraints of policy, time, life demands, knowledge, experiences, and personal or work-based resources. In developing positive partnerships, families and educators work together as active and equal partners who share responsibility for the learning. The next thing is to adopt an inclusive approach. Work together as active and equal partners who share responsibility for learning. This is not just the teacher that's teaching, or this is not just a parent that is parenting. It is an inclusive, collaborative approach where we are working together. And as I mentioned before, that means if my child fails, that means the teacher failed and the parent failed. So if we're working together and it's an inclusive approach, we're going to be sharing the responsibility for learning. The next thing is to trust each other. Trust is an important element in developing positive relationships between home and school. However, if there are opportunities, because there are few opportunities at times to communicate, and there may be negative past experiences and a distrust on the part of both parents and teachers. When trust is limited, there may be a tendency to focus blame with attribution of the child's challenge to either home or school factors. And what that does is that it negatively impacts the attempts on collaboration. The next thing is create a collaborative environment. And as I mentioned before, that is basically self-explanatory. We have to create a space and a platform so that both the school and the home can collaborate. Next thing, communicate, communicate, communicate. We have to communicate with each other. Avoid blame and seek solutions. When teachers and families work together in partnership to seek solutions, there are benefits for all involved. Attack the problem, do not attack each other. All right, the same energy that we would try to focus on the problem and blaming each other, we should try to exert that energy towards finding a solution. Collaborative partnerships are best built on the belief, as I said before, that all parties are doing the best that they can. We also need to withhold judgments and try to understand the other person's perspective. Parents and teachers may have different experiences of a child. We all know that. Children behave differently in different settings. A child may be the perfect person in the presence of their parents, but when they come to school, it's a totally different person. There is a 180-degree transformation. So it is very, very important for us to understand that. The demands on behavior, learning, and social participation at home may be very different to those of the classroom. Parents and teachers have different experiences, cultural and educational backgrounds, and varied resources available to them. So be sensitive to each other's perspective. Now let us talk about how parents can become more involved. And I'm just going to go quickly through these because we are almost out of time. So parents can become involved in schoolwork in many ways. Discussions after school. Follow up with your teachers with the parents or with the teachers of your children, after school if they are available. Help your children with homework assignment. That's how you're going to know how your children are performing and if they are having difficulties with certain concepts. Engage in extracurricular activities with your children. Go to their games, go to their sports, support them with their extracurricular activities. Keep abreast of their academic progress. Do not wait until the end of the term to find out what's going on with your child. You need to know exactly what's going on throughout the term, throughout the school year, so that when the issue is identified, then you can address it from an early stage. Imparting very, very good parental values to your children. Participating in parent-teacher meetings, attending school activities, and volunteering in the classroom. How can schools improve parent engagement? Pick a tool of communication that works. Give parents the option to choose. So yesterday I did speak briefly about this, and I said that we do have parents who unfortunately are not computer savvy. We do have parents who are functionally illiterate. So it is very, very important for us to give them the option of the platform of communication that works best for them. And at the end of the presentation, I know there was a question about what if there is a parent that chooses a particular mode of communication but doesn't follow through. And I will say, continue to reach out, because since they are the ones that provided you with that tool or with that mode of communication, continue to reach out. And it is very important that you also highlight that, okay, we had agreed that this was the best mode of communication for you. However, you are not responding. Do you want to reconsider this mode of communication? Whatever it is. Or if there is someone else in the family that you could reach out to instead of that parent, or, then you should also explore that option. Issue shorter, more frequent communication. And as I mentioned before as well, with that, sometimes we do, as schools, we do send out these very, very lengthy communications at the beginning of the year. Even though that may be the practice, it is very important that we follow up with shorter communications closer to the intended event. Personalized method of communication, just like parents, just like children, parents need to feel heard and seen. So instead of just saying dear parent, sometimes let us just say dear Mr. John, dear Miss Rose, whatever the person's name is, so that they feel that they're just not another parent. Set the tone, lead by example, build relationships, and involve parents in event planning and chaperoning. When parents are involved in the planning and they feel that, okay, this is my event and I have contributed to this, they will definitely work harder at ensuring that it is successful. Message to educators: it's important not to respond with the same energy. You don't need to match energy, especially if it is a negative energy. Know yourselves, know when your body is sending you a message. Know that it is very important to be professional and diplomatic at all times. So you're the professional in this setting, in the scenario. It is very, very important that you try to remain that way throughout. Being defensive doesn't help anyone. Check yourself, as I said, so be mindful of how you're feeling in the moment and your body's reaction to a conversation. Be objective. Listen to, understand, and not to respond. And that is usually a very difficult one. Utilize training and resources. It is always good to do ongoing trainings because that's how we keep abreast of current happenings. And that's also how we learn about new strategies that we can implement. Always ask yourself, who is the most valuable consumer? And I skipped over build a partnership. It's not us against them or me against you. The message to the parents, become involved. Know what your child is doing. This is your child. It is very important that you know what's happening with your child. Get to know your child's teacher. A teacher spends several hours out of their day with your child. You need to know who is providing education and guidance and supervision to your child. It is your responsibility to get to know your child's teacher. Be careful of the message you're sending to your child. Messages aren't just verbal. And as I said yesterday, it is very, very important that we do not speak badly as parents about the teachers. You cannot expect to speak badly and use derogatory remarks to describe a teacher and then expect your child to go to school and then treat that teacher with dignity and respect. More gets done collectively. Seek out and utilize resources that will enhance parenting and communication skills. Go back to the old adage that it takes a village to raise a child. The school is not your enemy, and that is a mindset that we need to move away from. It is not the school versus the home. It's not the school that's at the top of the hierarchy and then the home is at the bottom. The school is not your enemy. We are trying to build collaborative partnerships and relationships. And as I said, the same message to the teachers, ask yourself, who is the most valuable consumer? And in conclusion, our children will only succeed and reach their full potential if home and school work together towards a common goal. So thanks again for invited me on this platform to share my views regarding the home school team and the importance of parental involvement. I hope it was beneficial to you folks.
And thank you, Mrs. Glanville. And I must say, this is another informative workshop, even though it would have been the same presentation. Patricia, hold on, sorry. We have a comment here from Cheryl Williams Brown, and she said we watched the same video yesterday, but we are learning more today. So it was indeed beneficial because then you're now reiterating the facts that we would have seen before, and it's coming to the fore because now we would have internalized and we are looking at how exactly it is playing out. And when you look at the video, the different approaches were mentioned. We're working as a team. It's a relationship, and it is needed in order to strengthen the development of the child, because ultimately what we put in is the results that we will see in the future development of the child. I'm not currently seeing any questions at this time. We could probably give them a minute to see if any will come in. But I have a question from yesterday. Someone had asked, why is teaching a thankless profession?
Don't you see the videos? Don't we see the videos online? For someone who is in the classroom, you give so much of yourself. As I mentioned yesterday, teachers wear several hats. Our roles are multidimensional, and we do everything that we possibly can. We extend ourselves, we give hope, we give lunch money when children come to school without lunch money and lunches. We are their guidance counselors, we do everything. And it's the same parents who will come and they will put the teachers on blast. These teachers will feel as though all my hard work are in vain. So teaching, honestly, most of the public sector professions, folks may see as very thankless position, which means we do not get thanked as often as we should.
And that is true, because as you said, there are so many different roles in one. So Indeed. And we do have new participants on the chat, and they were all saying it's a lovely presentation, great message, and it's definitely something that will be incorporated within the homes and within our schools, and then they too can take back as to how they can present this to their parents to ensure that they get best from the classroom. All right.
I'm going to leave with the same message I did yesterday. It is very important that our parents understand that the school is not the enemy. We have to work together if our kids are going to realize their full potential. We are more stronger together. United, we are stronger than we are apart.
Indeed. So participants, whether you're a parent or a practitioner, the school is not the enemy. So thank you so much, Mrs. Glanville, for such an enriching and engaging presentation. And thank you to our participants for sharing with us through our workshops from Tuesday until now. The evaluation form is posted in the chat. So let us know what it is you love about our sessions and how we can improve. Now, we would have made it to the end of today. However, please join us tomorrow morning for our closing ceremony. And that is it for today. And I bid you all a good evening. Thank you.
Take care, folks.